project proposal in Long Pond. My name is Rex Hillier. I'm Councillor at Large for the Town of Conception Bay South. I'm also Chair of the Planning and Development Committee. I want to welcome those people this evening who have registered to do presentations. I want to welcome certainly those who are following online, members of council and town staff, representatives of the Long Pond Harbour Authority, and representatives of Ocean Choice International. First, let me introduce basically who we have here with us this evening. From council, we have Deputy Mayor Richard Murphy, Councillor Darren Bent, Councillor Junior Bursey, Councillor Gerard Tilley, Councillor Cheryl Davis, Councillor Christine Butler, and Councillor Kirk Uden. From our town staff, we have Mr. Brian Crowley, our CAO, Liz Davis, our Director of Finance, Jennifer Norris, our Director of Engineering, Jennifer Lake, Director of Economic Development, Corey Davis, Director of Planning and Development. And this evening, helping us out and working in the background, we have Catherine Warren from our Town Communications and Mike Downey from our IT unit. I would also like to welcome Mr. Jim House of the Long Pond Harbour Authority. And now we'll pass it over to Mr. Blaine Sullivan of OCI, and we will have him introduce his staff.
Thank you, Rex, and thanks to all the council members and town staff and everyone joining us from their homes this evening. We're glad to be here and look forward to addressing and answering any questions related to proposed development at Long Pond. Before I get into the presentation, I'd like to introduce our Ocean Choice team here this evening who are joining me. Carrie Bonnell, VP of Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement. Carrie. Paula Kiley, Executive Assistant in Corporate Affairs. Cara Pike, Director of Communications and Marketing. All of whom are employees of Ocean Choice. We've also asked two of the engineers that are working on this project, Decker Colline as Group Lead in Coastal Engineering, an independent consulting firm, CBCL, and he provided the coastal modeling study, and Neil Hunt from AFN Engineering. He's the lead engineering firm for the development. So I got to, give me a second, I'll share the screen and move on to the presentation. Can you guys see this okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I'll just give you a little corporate overview of Ocean Choice to get started. We employ about 1,700 people from 300 communities around Newfoundland, producing 70 million pounds of seafood from 6 processing vessels and buying from 1,900 independent fishermen, exporting our product to 30 countries. We're a family-owned, vertically integrated seafood company. So in addition from buying from independent fishermen, we also are a quota holder and we have our own fishing fleet, processing facilities, and our global sales and marketing network. The integration of our inshore and offshore business is critical for our long-term success and provides us a diversified business model. We've been one of the leaders in Canada in having fisheries certified, and we're working closely with MSC, and 90% of our seafood is currently certified sustainable or part of a robust fisheries improvement program. We have most recent acquisition is a new vessel, the Calvert, called from after our home community. And it's a 74-meter long, 3,800 tons vessel with 1,700 metric tons of cargo space. Started fishing this past June. Is employing 70 direct jobs for about 7 million in annual salaries and 30 million in economic spin-offs. It's a green class vessel designed with a low carbon footprint and the latest harvesting technology. Complete saves 2.8 million kilowatts of energy per year. Investing in the fishery of the future. We believe in the fishery in Newfoundland, and we're, excuse me, I got to move the screen here a little. We're committed to making investments today that will support a thriving fishery for generations to come. Over the past several years, Ocean Choice has continued to make investments in the fishery. Whoops, sorry guys. I think we skipped ahead. So a few of these investments, includes the vessel I just mentioned, developing new species and new technology for producing underutilized species such as sea cucumbers, and investing in the local fish plants, water jet technology in our Fortune plant. And we've been part of setting up an industrial chair at the Marine Institute to provide independent science, which is available to everyone. And we're members of the Ocean Supercluster. We try to work in various ways in the communities where we have our businesses. Won't get into all the details, but basically just some of the items listed there. So really what we're here to talk about and give an overview of the Long Pond Wharf and cold storage. Our goal is to create an economic hub in Long Pond to support the offshore fishing sector while being a good corporate citizen and neighbor. We're committed to working with business, residents, and the town council. The site is located in Long Pond, off Terminal Road. It's an existing commercial area. It's consideration is to centrally located place to offload and service our vessels. And Long Pond is certainly a reasonable location for that. It's the location of our site from its original proposal back in the summer. We've moved it to the southwest to allow for a 10-meter channel and to also allow for 55 meters distance between the existing commercial wharf and the proposed new development. This is a snapshot of placed up on a municipal map. I believe it's a municipal map. Somebody can correct me, I'm sure, if it's not accurate. But the landfill is about 1.7 hectares and a 90-meter long wharf, which would accommodate one vessel at a time. And it also provides for a laydown and parking area and a cold storage building, approximately 36,000 square feet. The total water lot transferred from Transport Canada to the Port Authority was 25 hectares. The plan is to develop 1.7 hectares of new land, and this was submitted to, that's what was submitted to the town. We have, when we went to the regulatory authorities, included potential for a phase 2 that includes an additional 0.8 hectares. And that would be the blue area shown here, and a second 90-meter long wharf. Let's tell you a little about the cold storage operation. As I mentioned, it supports our offshore frozen at sea vessels. The current capacity in Newfoundland is well along to being used up, and we're making this investment to take care of our own fleet only, and not to compete with existing cold storages. Our new vessel will be about 30% of the capacity. She's larger capacity than the other vessels. And the plan is to have around 2,400 pallet spaces to store about 3,200 metric tons of product. This is John Hearn's architect, the conceptualization of the building with one of our vessels parked at the wharf. It's a picture of offloading the same vessel, Pier 12 in St. John's this past summer. The product is stored in a frozen state in the vessel and is ready to be shipped to market. It's offloaded, by forklift and on pallets. We have an average of 5 fishing vessels per month, and an average vessel is 2 to 3 days at port. Vessel landing and offloading, as well as the cold storage operation and shipping of product, will take place on the terminal's road side of the development. And you'd expect to have 4 to 5 delivery trucks per vessel per turnaround for fueling, food, and supply. And then we have to change over in crew members. Speak a little bit about the regulatory process. We've been actively engaged in a rigorous federal, provincial, and municipal regulatory approval process. We will adhere to regulations process that is deemed necessary by all the appropriate authorities. The biggest one was Marine Fish Habitat Compensation Plan, which we have approval for, as well as Government of Newfoundland and Labrador permit to alter a body of water, Government of Newfoundland and Labrador environmental assessment determination, Environment and Climate Change Canada assessment, and Transport Canada navigable waters and protection, which we're currently still engaged in. On November 16th, we had submitted a land use impact report, which we've made publicly available. And the final approval for development is now at the town, Conception Bay. DFO has provided a letter and Fisheries Act authorization for impacts to fish habitat resulting from the construction of the proposed facility in Long Pond. Authorization is based on extensive discussions with DFO over the past couple of years. A habitat study was completed by Seaforce Diving in August 2018. A detailed marine fish habitat compensation plan is developed in cooperation with DFO. And really, it's pictured here on the bottom right is one example of a reef ball. The total of 43 reef balls will be placed in an area that's twice as large as the development area. The reef balls are world's leading designed artificial reef modules, and they're designed to mimic natural habitat. They're acknowledged by DFO as a remediation and compensation plan for fish habitat. There's over 6,000 projects worldwide have used similar reef ball technology, including other projects in Atlantic Canada. We're partnering with the Marine Institute researchers to create an outreach program that will see real-time observation and youth engagement. The land use impact report, take you through some of the highlights. The land use impact assessment report is a culmination of several years of discussion and planning, starting in 2013 with the Long Pond Harbour Authority. Expressions of interest were issued by the Harbour Authority for the development of the commercial side of the harbour in 2014 and again in 2017. Following this process in 2017, we re-engaged with the Long Pond Harbour Authority. In 2018, Ocean Choice presented its plan to the board of the Long Pond Harbour Authority, as well as the council. In 2018, the Long Pond Harbour Authority sold the water lot to Ocean Choice. In July of this year, Ocean Choice received approval in principle, conditional on the submission of a land use impact assessment report. Herein, I'll just call it the report. At the time, there was a draft terms of reference released by the town. The town, based on feedback received via public postings, revised the terms of reference and updated on October 5th. The town further accepted comments on the revised draft terms of reference from public, which was used to finalize the TOR, which was released to Ocean Choice on November 4th. Now, we understand the importance of maintaining access for boaters who are currently using the area for recreational purposes. As part of our proposed development, we'll create a new clearly marked channel along the eastern edge of the property. The new channel will be as deep as the existing path used by boaters. The water depths of approximately 1.2 meters, and the channel will be 100 feet wide. It says meters there, but that should be 30 meters, sorry, or 100 feet. Typo. So I'm getting more into the coastal modeling report. The key findings: wave height increases with sea level rise are negligible to low throughout the Long Pond Harbour Basin for the 2100 time horizon. Wave model analysis determined that wave conditions at the entry to the harbour will remain unchanged as a result of Ocean Choice's development, therefore keeping navigation conditions between the two existing breakwaters identical to those experienced today. The wave energy is significantly reduced to the south of the development due to shadowing effect of the new land, and this will have a positive effect of protecting the shoreline of the basin south of the development. Potential wave height increases around the harbour are negligible to within acceptable international standards. The current velocities and associated navigation conditions in the channel north of Sunset Key Marina and at the entrance of the Long Pond Harbour remain unchanged as a result of the development. At the dock of the existing marine terminal, the currents are projected to be slightly lower. The currents on the east side of the development will be slightly higher, but again, a very low range, 0.1 to 0.2 of a knot. Depth average discharge and velocity magnitudes remain unchanged near Conway's Brook and Sobey stream outlets. Sediment change within Long Pond would remain relatively unchanged as a result of the Ocean Choice development compared to existing conditions. The lack of wave-driven sediment transport and low-energy tidal-driven sediment dynamics results in a relatively stable environment. The new Ocean Choice development does not significantly increase or alter the current velocities throughout the basin, and therefore sediment types and sediment accretion of the deposit pattern within the harbour are unlikely to be significantly modified as a result of the development. The conditions in the Long Pond Harbour Basin are not well suited to mass ice formation and subsequent ice jamming formation. The study noted that the presence of ice in Long Pond is very rare, and actual freeze-up of the harbour has not occurred in recent history. Furthermore, the type of ice that could form in the harbour is not likely to form an ice jam, primarily due to current flow. It is also important to note that the CBCL report also states that there will be little to no increase in currents, and the movement of sediments is unlikely. Therefore, there is no anticipated impact upon the shoreline. So just a little on construction. We're committed to putting in place safeguards to measure and minimize impacts to area residents and property owners, businesses during the construction phase of the development. Qualified and certified contractors will be used, and they will be mandated to follow regulations. Construction schedule will be determined after approval by the council, but the infill is estimated at 7 months and the cold storage construction 1 year. We wanted to address there's a discussion on mud wave. So-called mud wave is soft ocean bottom settlement, referred to as mud, will be controlled within the area of Ocean Choice's waterlot. The infill will start with the access road and will move around the perimeter of the property. Once the access road is complete, infilling will move to the wharf side. Infilling will make its way around the outside parameter. The material, the soft bottom material will be vertically displaced upwards through the void space in the rocks, as well as be moved south ahead of the infilling. Construction noise. It's a chart of, you can see, see here is the development, and there's just some references made to the noise levels during the noisiest part, dynamic compaction. And you can see that if you come back to the purple area here, we're getting back to about 63 decibels. And that is, if you look at the decibel chart over here, it's about as loud as a dishwasher, as an example. But there's other examples here. Won't take you through all of them. Public consultation and feedback. In light of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and restrictions associated with public gatherings, Ocean Choice have put in place alternative measures for the public with the ability to ask questions and engage in the development. Over 3 months of engagement meetings since August, we have held one-on-one meetings with many concerned citizens and groups. We've had a direct mailer to over 300 households in the area. We have been answering questions through social media. We developed a landing page on our website, and we've also participated in media interviews as required. Local benefits. It's a new and modern facility. It will increase the province's cold storage capacity while providing local employment and spin-off business opportunities in the area. It's a significant investment. It's approximately, or at least $15 million. Approximately 30 to 40 new jobs. There's spin-off opportunities for supply and services. And, we also have crew that travel and work in the area. Generally, what happens when you establish a headquarters, the crew generally migrates around the port where the vessels are. And as local taxes, increase in storage capacity in Newfoundland, and we'll be certainly introducing modern technology. So that's it here, and I'll pass it back to you, Rex.
Thank you very much, Blaine. That sort of sets us up very well for the rest of the evening moving forward, because I'm sure there'll be some commentary and questions on your presentation as we go forward. As I said earlier, I chair the Planning and Development Committee. Other members of that committee are Councillors Davis and Uden. And for the past 6 months, our committee has been working through a process that began when OCI applied for a permit for an infill project in Long Pond. A major portion of that permitting process was for OCI to produce a land use impact assessment report. And as Blaine said, we're going to call that the report for the rest of the evening. Pertaining to this project, that report was released to the public on November 18th, and residents have had since that time to review and submit comments in writing. And I want to thank all of those who took the opportunity to do so. Tonight's event will give residents a further opportunity to engage with Council and OCI. Council will eventually have to vote on this proposal. We see this report as an integral part of our information gathering process, and we'll use your questions and comments tonight in our decision-making process. With that in mind, we ask you to keep your questions and comments pertinent to that report. We know there are other issues, there are other questions and so on. This evening, we'd like to be able to focus. This is what our committee has tried to do in the last 6 months, or the last 5 months, is to focus on the process that we're working through. And we're asking you this evening to try and stay with that process and keep our questions and comments pertinent to that report. Our moderator for this evening is Dr. Rob Greenwood, Assistant Vice President and Director of the Leslie Harris Center at Memorial University. The Harris Centre's mandate is to coordinate and facilitate Memorial University's educational, research, and public engagement activities in the areas of regional policy and development. Dr. Greenwood's PhD is in Industrial and Business Studies from the University of Warwick, England. Allow me to pass you over to Dr. Greenwood, and he'll coordinate the evening from here.
Thanks very much, Rex. Real pleasure to be here virtually. Be nicer to be in CBS. Look forward to all this being over like everybody. I do have some roots in CBS. We moved up when I was in grade 8 and went to Queen Elizabeth High School, played on the Pioneers. First year they had a hockey team. We were awful. I think they got better afterwards. Lived up on Middlebury Road and had a great 7 years, I think it was. We lived there. Really pleased that the Harris Center can be part of this tonight. We have been around for 17 years as part of Memorial University, as Rex mentioned. We often play a role, facilitation, moderation, honest broker. Our mandate is all about independence and integrity. So we will certainly try to live up to that once again here tonight. As Rex mentioned, the primary purpose of this evening's session is to direct questions or concerns to OCI that are specific to their technical report. There is a process for households to register to speak here tonight. Each registered household will have an initial 3 minutes to present or ask questions to the panel. And we've done sessions like this previously with the Harris Center. We'll have a clock ticking down in the corner that will be for the full 10-minute segment that each household gets. But I'll give you a warning when your 3 minutes are up. You can finish your sentence. We're not going to rush anybody to cut into finishing a point. But the real essence of all this is about dialogue, an exchange of questions and answers. And the faster you finish your question or make your point, the sooner Blaine and his team can respond. And ideally, we'll have a time within each of those 10-minute segments for the registered household speaker to have a follow-up question for clarification or to add to the point they've made, and ideally for the panel then to respond. Throughout the evening, I suspect many of the points raised early on, there may be some repetition. I don't pretend to be an expert in this at all, so I'll defer to Rex and Blaine to direct the questions as we go. As I say, you'll see the clock in the corner ticking down the 10 minutes for the full session. And I will allow you to finish your point. I'll also emphasize for Blaine and the panel to be succinct, clear answers to the questions, but we don't want to chew up the time with repetition. We want to maximize the dialogue because that really is where the learning takes place. Anyone who is registered to ask questions and everyone else in the world online can view the live session on the Town of CBS YouTube channel. If you are a registered viewer and you're going to be asking a question, please make sure you mute your YouTube stream when it's your turn to ask questions. Just like on phone-in radio, turn off your radio when you're on. So turn off your YouTube when you're on. Registered households should enter the queue 15 minutes ahead of the time that you are scheduled to speak. We've had a few of the registered speakers drop out in the last half hour or so. So I think we have about 18 now. So make sure you're on early. You don't want to miss your spot because some segments may finish sooner than the 10 minutes. Plus, we have those changes in the schedule, which you should have been notified in the last half hour or so. All participants, registered households, and the panel are expected to conduct themselves respectfully. Aggressive, condescending, or belligerent behavior will not be tolerated. And that's one of my primary jobs. I have two main jobs, really: time management in partnership with the tech support, and to maintain a respectful discussion. And I will be the judge of what's respectful or not. If I think you're going over the line, I'll warn you once. And if you don't correct your behavior, we'll cut your mic. I've been a parent. I wish it was that simple with kids, but on online, and we've done this in online in-person sessions as well, over 17 years with the Harris Center. And I trust that the people here are concerned about this very important matter. And we're here for light, not for heat. So we're not going to tolerate grandstanding from anybody, the registered households or the people on the panel or the council. And I'm sure we're not going to have that. So without further ado, unless Rex, I'll look to the nod, we're good to proceed with the first household. Super. So the first household I have here now is, and please forgive me if I pronounce names wrong, Renee Perrin. And when you begin to speak, you will see the time in the corner for the full segment. You have 10 minutes, but I will give you the 3-minute warning when you should be cluing up your initial question. Please begin if the tech is all cooperating. Checking my Twitter in case there's some message that something's gone haywire.
Guys, can anybody hear Mr. Perrin, or is it just me?
I can hear you. I can't hear Mr. Perrin.
Okay. It looks like he's speaking. I'm not too sure.
He may be on mute on his end, maybe. I'm sure once we get our flow, we'll be more efficient. And of course, people at their homes have their own, as we all know from the Zoom over the last number of months.
We can't hear you, Rennie.
So Mike, if we continue to have problems with Mr. Perrin, perhaps we could go to the next speaker and see if we can slot Mr. Perrin in later, if that can be corrected. Very uncharacteristic for a council in Newfoundland and Labrador to sit together and not talk. People should witness this and remember it.
I think Rennie's getting some technical support there now. He just entered the phone.
Hello.
Great.
Here he is.
Can you hear me now?
We've
Hello.
got you now.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yep. We all good,
Okay.
Mike?
Are we good?
Yes. And when Mike, can you get the clock ready to go? Okay. The floor is yours, Renee.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Several years ago, the town of CBS had a study conducted, and it determined that the area surrounding the waterway system of Long Pond to be in a floodplain zone. Because of this, residents no longer are able to get affordable flood insurance for their property. Now, my question is, why do this town now entertain the idea of filling in such a large portion of the harbour, running the higher risk of potential flooding to all identified zones, knowing that we are already into a floodplain zone? And also, what can they do to mitigate the potential problem down the road?
Thank you, Renee. I'll turn maybe to Rex first to see if that's something he thinks he should address, or over to Blaine.
Hi, Rennie. It's good to have you on there this afternoon or this evening and joining us.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for the delay there.
Yeah, it's much easier when we stand on the head of your wharf and talk about this stuff.
Yes, but you should come down. It's windy.
Rennie, I'm going to pass you off to our director of planning, Corey Davis. You know Corey? And
Yes, fine. Thank you.
That, and then perhaps Blaine can talk about some of the things that he's seen in their research and is in the report.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hillier. I only just want to clarify that the moderate and high risk classifications along the shoreline are related to geological hazard classifications that were derived from a report prepared by the provincial government Natural Resources Department about 10 years ago. And it doesn't actually specifically address or reflect that it's a flood risk area. I think the applicant, through some of their consultants, had done some work on flood risk zones or what the flood risk impact might be. So I think they might be better suited to answer that part of the question.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
All right, Corey, thank you very much. So Blaine, can we have one of your guys to talk about the results of their flood studies?
Yeah, no, first of all, thanks for the question, Rennie. I think the very first time I met you back in August, this was top of your mind and you identified this very early on. And it's certainly one of the reasons that we were, I committed to, in your kitchen to have a study done on this. It's something we didn't have done at the time. So we did hire CBCL, and Danker Colline is on the line here. He certainly can't speak about the insurance or the existing flood conditions. What he really studied was how our development would impact any flooding in the area. And I'm sure, Danker, if you could speak to that, it'd be great.
Absolutely, yeah. So good evening, and thank you for the question. So in essence, there are typically two things we look at for flood risk, and that's the coastal flood risk and the land side type flood risks. So of course we have things such as storm surge combined with, say, a high tide, and then of course in the future things such as sea level rise. And when you bring all those things together, they introduce coastal vulnerability. Then on the land side, we know that the area hosts Sobey Stream and Conway's Brook. And these two tributaries come into Long Pond Harbor. Now our objective here was really to assess what the difference would be in the harbor with and without the development. Now we received hydrographs for various storm rainfall events from Conway's Brook and Sobey Stream. And then in our model, we looked at the situation in the harbor with and without the development. And we released, say, a 100-year rainfall storm event from the brook and from Conway's Brook and Sobey Stream into the harbor and looked at what would happen. And we found that the channel between the development and the land has enough hydraulic capacity to pass the rainfall runoff into the ocean without increasing the water levels significantly behind the development. So that was the test that we did to determine that during these rainfall events, there would not be any significant increase in water levels behind the development. And that's simply because the function of the channel being large enough to handle that flow, and also the fact that, of course, you're connected to the ocean, it's relatively open, and the runoff is able to make its way out into the Conception Bay South. So Of course, there are other issues that are unrelated to the project. Such things such as sea level rise and storm surge and combinations of these events and probabilities, but that's not something we specifically looked at because we simply wanted to understand the difference between the existing situation and the future in the harbor with the development. And based on that was our finding. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Danker. Renee, any follow-up to that?
Yeah. My concern, one of my concerns here now with the development this size going so far across the harbour, like our straight passage going straight out the harbour as it is now. Like right now, the harbour we got clear passage straight out to the middle of the harbour. Once this development goes so far across the harbour, the channel is going to be deflected it's going to be further to the east, and so when the outgoing flowing water now has to go out and then has to make the full 90 to the west and then go out to the harbour. So we're concerned that this development, with so much development, like so far across the harbour, that the capacity or the volume of water is not going to be able to run out, sufficiently to prevent any backup of water. That's one of our concerns, and like I say, like yesterday, the last couple of days, now yesterday in particular, with the harbour wide open yesterday, we had a significantly high tide, and the moon was only on the quarter, so it was only a quarter moon, and we had a really high tide, which really came as high as I've ever seen in here in the pan, and that water ran out when the time was right on a normal tidal flow with no impediment. But our concern is we get another tide like this, and that harbour is blocked that significantly as to what they're talking about. The flow of water, the outflow of water is certainly going to be much slower going out, or, the volume of water is going to have to go out to a narrow channel, and then it's going to have to hook to the west and then go out. Whereas of right now, the full passage of water is, straight out to its normal tidal flow.
Thanks. That sounds like another Danker response. Our clock was adjusted to 10, so I think we have about 4 or 5 minutes left.
Yeah, okay, that's like you say, with the changing of the tide, like my observation, with this development, you're coming across the harbour so far. If this development was running parallel, a finger pier to Terminal Road, shall we say, or running parallel, and it didn't come over across the past the centre of the harbour, the normal tidal flow and ice will go out to that harbour unimpeded. So if you put a dam across that harbour, in my opinion, I don't care, like you said, the volume of water, capacity of water, it's got to be restricted. So this water is going to be deflected on one side of the harbour, and it's going to go out, and then all the water down in the lower harbour is to come up, and then it meets there near Sunset Keys, and it's got to go to the west and then out. Like right now we've got a clear passage of water and tidal flow straight out to the harbour. And this area where this development is going, that's like the collection area, what I call it. In my lifetime living there over 60 years, that area is the collection area where all the ice circulates and the water goes out to that harbour in the normal tidal flow. If we change that tidal flow, there's going to be change, I realise that, but if we change it to the point that it's going to be so significantly impacted, all the tidal flows, not in this harbour in here, but all the tidal flows down in the lower pan, down around the Yacht Club, down around Windy Cove Lane, all the capacity flows of water down there is going to be interfered with. All this water inside this development and all the water down in that lower basin all has to come up, and it goes out to that opening in the harbour. And that is the only harbour, the only entrance to the harbour where all that water and ice flows, comes and goes, shall we say, right? So, my concern is, like I say, my concerns for sure is definitely, and I've lived here 60 years, and and the ice flows in that pan, and they're telling me there was no ice in that pan. I can show them a lot different that it is ice in this pan, right? But definitely, if you put a dam across that harbour, for sure the tides are going to be changed, they're going to be redeflected, and it's going to impact the tide coming up the lower pan. If you were on the walk around the shoreline yesterday morning with no ice, no full moon, no big tidal surge, and see that normal high tide yesterday, actually it's scary. And I tell you, it's scary, and not only for, I'm not far from the pan, but it was up by my house there now in the pit, as high as I've ever seen it, and there was neighbours nearby. It was only about a foot or two from their doorstep. And also was people down in the other area of the pan, the ice was up in their driveways. And that's with no ice factor in the pan, no big spring runoff, and no full moon. So we got a full moon, and we got everything in line for a storm. We're in big trouble.
Renee,
the development, like I said,
less than
I'm
2
sorry?
minutes now for Danker to respond if you want to clue up your question.
Okay, no, okay, don't think like I say, like I'm not anti-OCI or nothing like that. I welcome their development, The only thing like I'm really, really concerned about is that I hope that this council and all the people and OCI can put a development there that don't change this ecosystem to the point that it's going to affect the population of people. You know, like we certainly welcome OCI. I do. I'd love to see Blaine come here with his project, love to. But we can't sacrifice our full ecosystem and our properties for one private development. We've got to find a way. We've got to find a way that we can make it work for everybody. If it takes a bit longer, fine.
Thank you, Renee. We've got less than a minute, Danker. We got 17 households lined up to speak.
Yes.
Danker, please respond succinctly one more time.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you, Renee. Those are all very valid questions and concerns, and certainly appreciate that there has to be answers for that, and that's what we've tried to do in our report. So one of the things that we did find, for example, there's a lot to touch on, but the current flows through the channel are very low. In fact, the general currents in the harbor are very low. And these currents would not increase significantly with the development. And of course, when you're on a flood tide, when the tide's coming in, you're experiencing higher currents because you've got that great big volume of the ocean pushing into the harbor entrance. But when you're on the ebb tide, which is when the water's coming out, there is a pretty small body of water behind that development, the new proposed development, pushing through that entrance, and that's why we don't really see very large increases in currents, because it's simply not a very large body of water relative to the overall ocean. So in that sense, the hydraulic capacity of the channel is sufficient to pass the flow that you would see on a tidal cycle through that constriction. So our modeling and our investigations have suggested that it's not as perhaps the currents aren't as strong as one would think. The model indicates that the currents are relatively mild. The other thing that's very interesting that you mentioned was, of course, these events where the winds are high. So I believe yesterday you had a northwesterly wind with speeds up to 70 kilometers an hour. I looked at the weather records for yesterday, and that's a really interesting situation where you actually have winds coming across Conception Bay South from the northwest all the way across the bay, and you actually get what we'll call a bit of a surge based from the wind. So the wind creates a water level increase across the bay and into the harbor, and that's a pretty that's an event that can occur with or without the OCI development. And in fact, based on our analysis, the winds yesterday were very high and sustained for a period of time where that can happen. So that kind of an influence, it's a broader effect, wind-driven surge across the bay that will occur regardless of the OCI development or not, and will increase water levels across the shoreline of the entire community. So that's not really, in that sense, related directly to the pond. So there's a lot of different factors at play, but ultimately we assessed primarily the influence of tidally driven currents. And found that without the development and with the development, currents would be relatively similar and low, and the channel has the capacity to pass the water safely.
Thanks, Danker. Less succinct than I would have liked, but as we go on, I think you'll be repeating yourself. Blaine, I think you want a quick response also, 1 minute, but then we got to move on to our next household.
No, my only concern was that we took the time to answer that question, because it is an important question for lots of people, and it's certainly a big concern for Rennie. So I think because it's so important, I just wanted to ask Rennie if he felt it was answered well enough.
Okay, Mike, if you can bring Renee back on. Blaine, if we're here till midnight, it's not going to be my fault. So, well, Renee, quickly.
I'm sorry, I won't do it again, but this is a really, I know that there's some residents that are really stressed about this, and we spent a lot of time and money studying this, and it's important that you know, we don't want to have people stressed. So I think it's really important one. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it. And Renee may be gone, but if he's there, Mike, he can come on briefly for a quick follow-up. And I wouldn't be surprised, Blaine, with the next 17 speakers, we'll hear about it again. So Mike, if you're there, if Renee is gone, we should move on to our next household.
No, Rennie is still there, or he was a second ago.
Can you unmute him?
Oh, this is Richard, it's not Mike.
Oh,
Bob.
okay. No, he can't unmute him. So we're going to move on to the next speaker. But thank you, Blaine, for that. And we'll no doubt hear more on this as we go along. So Mike, you should have the next person lined up, I think is Andrea Canning.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity this evening to ask our question. So my question is around the mud wave and the soft bottom. And I know Blaine did touch on this with his initial presentation. I have been asking this question since the redevelopment back in October. And I've asked a number of times and I have not got an answer. I've been told I was going to get an answer. And so this is one of the questions that has not been answered, even though it has been asked by myself and a number of other residents. So my question is around the LUAR or the report 6.2, which is the rockfill placement, and 19, the dredging and sweeping. And then there's also to Appendix F, which is the sand tech report. And there's a reference to the Appendix S, which is the frac flow rock placement infill. But that document really talks about the size of the rocks. So I don't know if we're missing a document within the LUAR, because it does refer to Section 5, but Section 5 of that document is the block size and strength, not the infill placement. So I'm not sure if there's a document missing, but I'll still go on with my question around that. So in Section 6.2, it talks about the mud wave and how that is going to be pushed. And Blaine, you just talked about that in your presentation as well, about how some of the mud is going to be put back onto the development. And I'm going to just layman terms, I read that as it's going to be put back in and filled in the cracks. So when I read the sand tech report, it sounds like there's going to be something put on top to settle that mud into the cracks. So some of the mud will go there, and then you had made the comment that the rest of the mud will be to the south of the development. So there's a comment there as well as that material will be removed for the disposal at the approved location. So my question around this really is, Sandtech report says there's about 10 meters of mud. The area is, I'll just call it 17,000 square meters. So that's basically 170,000 cubic meters of soft bottom that is going to be removed, some put back. So I'd like to know how much of this mud is not going to be able to be put back. So what is the volume of mud that is going to be pushed to the south of the development, and how much area to the south of the development will be impacted?
Thanks, Andrea. Right on 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Blaine, who
So,
you or one of your team?
I'll certainly start off. First of all, our approval is for a maximum of 2.5 hectares, so we're going to stay within that. The second thing is, I don't think the calculation is quite that high. And the third thing is, it's not an exact calculation. The rock is dropped on top of the bottom, the existing bottom. And there's no way to calculate exactly how far the rock will press down and exactly how far the mud will press up through. I don't think. So basically, we're going to start from the outside to contain it inside the 2.5 hectares. And, you know, so to the, you know, so that's the plan, is to contain it within there, and it will end up forming part of the land. You know, if there's, you know, something that's not answered, I, you know, probably will.
Well-
I think probably the best thing to do is let Neil, maybe Neil and can have a talk about the process, and maybe Danker, you can talk about the,
Or
you know,
you,
the potential for a wave, and then if there's something left unanswered, we'll come back to it.
okay, and before you go there though, the Sandtech
Yes.
report does say it is recommended that all ocean bottom soils to the top of the hard layer should be dredged. So
Oh,
it
yes,
is,
no, thank you for clarifying that, Andrea. So the Stantec report is dealing specifically with the footprint of the building. And the footprint of the building is about 0.36 of a hectare out of the 1.7 hectares.
okay,
And
So-
that is dealt with in a special manner because we need to have a solid foundation underneath the building.
okay. If
So-
one of the engineers could talk to that section, because it does say dredging, rock fill placement and compacting. And it does
Yes.
talk about the full development. So if one of the engineers could provide me with some more details on that. And I'd like to know volumes, because the Sandtech report does say it's 10 meters of soft bottom.
Yes,
you,
underneath.
Andrea.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'll turn that over to Neil to start. Neil, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so I guess Andrew's question, we don't really know the answer in terms of the volume of, I guess, mud that we're trying to displace. It's really a question that we'd have to flow back through the geotechnical consultant to get some, I guess, clarification on how much of this mud will laterally displace. So I don't think we're in a position, Blaine, at this meeting to give Andrea a true volume of mud that will be displaced.
Okay, so then to follow up then that, so let's just say not all of the mud can be put back over the development. What is your plan for the mud? So Blaine, you just said it's not going to go past the 1.5 hectares.
2.5, yes, yeah.
Or 2.5, sorry. So what is the plan if you have to dispose? Are you going to remove this soft bottom from the harbor? Like, what is your plan for there?
Yes, if there's excess, we'll have to remove it.
Okay.
We're not, and once we have a sample infill and we realize how much is vertically versus horizontally displacing, we can probably get a calculation if there's going to be an excess. At this time, we don't perceive an excess, but we're
shouldn't-
certainly.
Like that is going to impact the southern part of the development. And then you're already taking up 2.5 hectares of the harbor. So if more of that has to come down, and right now your permit to alter the body of water is only, I think, 6,500 cubic meters to be removed. So
Yeah, no,
that should be dealt with now.
No, I think there's two things being confused there, Andrea. Number one,
Okay,
the Stantec report, for a start, only deals with a portion underneath the building is 0.36 hectares. So that's where the volume calculation has gone off the chart, you know. So underneath the building, and Stantec have made an estimate based upon the frac flow report that there could be as much as of 10 meters underneath that portion to hard bottom.
so then there must,
basically,
sorry.
but that's not throughout the entire footprint of the building either. It shows in the report different depths at different boreholes. So essentially, you know, I think that the major points here is not exactly how much mud is there. It's really is that we're going to stay within the 2.5 hectares. We're going to also, if there's excess mud, if we determine during the project there will be excess mud, then we will take it off site. If it's not competent materials, if it can be used as a part of the infill, of course, that would be, you know, used to make the existing land that we planned 1.7 hectares, right? So,
Right.
Neil, maybe one other point, because there's been lots of questions on mud waves and pictures of mudslides and everything. Danker, could you probably weigh in on that?
As it relates to,
You know, the potential for creating a mud wave with our infill project.
yeah, I don't necessarily know if I'm able to comment on particularly the mud wave itself, to create any kind of significant sort of wave within the pond. You need quite a large volume to displace. It's quite common when you see, for example, rock slides or those kinds of events in lakes in other regions. Then again, this particular mass would not be coming from any kind of elevation or height. It would already be situated in the harbor. So the likelihood of it generating any kind of significant wave would be relatively unlikely. But at the same time, I also want to caution that it's something that probably has to be studied.
Okay, I think that is something that needs to be studied. I do think your report is probably then missing. If you're saying the Santec report is just about the building, we're missing the report then from Flack Flow about the infilling of the full 2.5 hectares. So that must be I can't see it.
There is no missing report. The full frac flow report is in Appendix N.
Appendix N?
Yeah.
We're at 10, we're over 10 minutes, folks, but you can clue up over the next 25, 30 seconds.
Okay, so I guess my last comment is just based on what was just said there, is that I think this is something that needs to be studied. If there is even a possibility that this is going to have to be removed, because I understand from an environmental assessment done at the Long Pond Port Authority, there could be contamination. So I think this something needs to be studied, and we need to know what that impact is going to be. So there should be some more further investigation on that.
Rob, could I ask a question before we move on? It's Rex.
Yep, very quickly, Rex.
Okay, very quickly, Andrea, what is your greatest concern with this mud wave?
Well, the mud wave is coming down to the lower part of the harbor, and if there's mud down there, that is close to where the channel is going to be. So it will affect the navigational channel, and then taking that out, what are like other contaminants and that's going to be dispersed throughout the pond, that's going to float down. So if you're really disrupting that and those contaminants are going to be left in the pond, there's a lot of concern there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Very efficient. And we're going to go on to our next household. Thank you very much, Andrea. And next up is Frank O'Connor. CBS didn't contract the Harris Center for Entertainment, so I'm not going to provide any jokes or recitations. We should have Christmas carols, I suppose.
I suppose you could sing a Christmas carol, Rob. Let's go.
Now, my Christmas carol sings about the same quality as my hockey playing. You really don't want that.
Is that right?
And again, Mike, our tech support is fast and furious in the background. If there is a problem on the household side, we can always go to the next person and come back to Mr. O'Connor. Okay, so we now have the next household after Frank, because we had problems there. So Timothy LeGros should be ready to go. Are you there, Tim?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How you guys doing today?
Great, thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
We'll get
Good.
the clock
Get the clock
going, and
going,
the floor
and
is
the floor
yours.
is yours.
I was trying to get my video, guys. I'm sorry something's not working, but anyway, we'll go from here. Appreciate everybody giving me the opportunity to speak tonight, given that this is the only opportunity that we as landowners of the area have been given to speak to everybody in the group at once. As somebody who lives on the Inner Pond on Bishop's Road, and someone who also owns a piece of land down on Beards Lane, right at the bottom, right where this new channel is going to be constructed. I have a lot of issues with this project, and my issues stem mainly not with OCI. I have no issues with OCI whatsoever. In my personal opinion, OCI has been given the opportunity here to build a real fine facility for themselves and to operate for a long time. My issue with this is that this has kind of all happened behind the scenes and hasn't been forthright with the people who it's going to affect the most. There seems to be a conflict between the town and the Long Pond Harbor Authority. And the conflict is that they say that they're separate, but in actual fact, I know two members who are on this call tonight, Mr. Crowley and Mrs. Lake, who are both on the board of the Harbor Authority, and they're both incremental into this project. And nobody has taken a lot of our questions or wanted to meet with us. I actually requested a face-to-face meeting down in the area on my land so that somebody could explain to me why our water lot was seized from us in 2017. And the reason was given was that there was a project coming, and there was a proposal put out in March, I think, of 2017 that saw a development similar to this, but without the infill, and it was an extension of the wharf. That project would have flourished for recreational boaters and commercial boaters alike. I'm just wondering what changed, how that changed, and how did we get to infilling and pretty much taking away the recreational side of the port?
Thank you, Tim. I think probably Rex will want to go first there.
Tim, how are you doing this evening?
Oh, I'm all right, buddy.
Tim, that's are we getting an echo there somewhere?
From me? No.
No, I'm hearing it. Tim, we're trying to stick with this land use impact association assessment report this evening, and buddy, you're like what you're discussing, it really has nothing to do with our land with that report, and I'm not prepared to try and answer your questions at this point. Now, these are Long Pond Harbor Association questions. They really are not pertinent to the report that we're dealing with tonight.
Tim, did you have any further questions on related topics or another topic?
Sure. With regards to the channel that's saying that's going to be created there, as somebody who is very familiar with the area and familiar with the area in which that channel will be created, I can tell you from my own personal experience that we were not allowed to put a wharf there because we weren't allowed to dredge because of eelgrass. So we personally were stopped from developing our own property, but now a group can come in, no problems, and they can say that there's going to be a channel created there, but the only way they're going to be able to do that will be to dig up the eelgrass. And I guess they can put a couple of reef balls in Holyrood Bay, but the fact of the matter is that the issues seem to be leaning more towards the company and not towards the people who live in the area. And if Mr. Hillier doesn't want to discuss that, that's fine with me. I appreciate that. But this is also an opportunity for me to speak and for the people around to hear that I support them. And I'm more than happy to have OCI come in and do business here in CBS. I think we need more businesses to come in CBS. It's been very difficult for them to come in here. And hopefully this will bring more businesses in, but hopefully we could have a strategic plan in how these businesses come in. And so they won't affect the citizens that are here.
Thank you, Tim. So Rex may want to respond to
that. Just to say that we're working through this plan. We've, as I said in the beginning, our planning committee has been working on this for the last 5 months. It's no secret that OCI was planning on going down there. They purchased a water lot in 2018. That was well publicized, and there were several plans floating around social media that came out over the past 3, 4, 5 years. So there really, I take exception. There's no secrets kept. We're dealing with this through a process. You indicate that this is the first time that you've been able to speak with council all together. I'm not sure if you've asked for that, but this is part of the process that we're working through, and this is where we are tonight. We've been at this for 5 months, and we've worked through the process to bring us here this evening.
Thank you, Rex. Tim, you have about 4 minutes left if you want to address something else or further.
Well, yes, sir. I could tell you that you guys may have been working on this for 5 months, but it's been well documented that the notice only went out to the residents of the area there in the fall. So this has already been put into the plan before you guys even decided to discuss it. Me personally, I never received a notice, period, bar none. Never received one. I did receive emails, and I was in contact with the Long Pond Harbor Authority board. So to say I wasn't notified, I was notified because I heard from other people. But to say that this was all above board and that the constituents and your constituents in the area were fully notified about this is patently untrue, sir. I was not notified. Other people will tell you they heard through social media.
Tim, did you contact us?
I did. I think Mr. Bursey and I had a phone call. Ms. Davis and I had a phone call. Ms. Lake and I had a phone call. Yeah, there were a lot of phone calls made, sir.
So when did you become aware of it?
I came aware of it when the advocates for the responsible Long Pond development posted it. And as you know, I own the land down at the very bottom part of Beard's Lane, sir. The very bottom part.
I know your property. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're directly affected by that. Directly affected. Not just the fact that 2 years ago our water rights were rescinded from us after having them since 1962 and always paying our water lot lease on time, but they were taken from us without notice. They were just up and taken. So, sir, to say that I have no right to be upset about this, that's a little unfair.
I didn't suggest you don't have a reason to be upset. If I were in your boat, I would be upset as well.
I'd like to see OCI down there, and I actually really liked the first proposals that were put out for the extension of the wharf and dredging operations. That to me seemed like the intended purpose when the federal government turned it over to the town to utilize the industrial side of the harbor and the recreational side of the harbor, sir. To utilize both sides. I can tell you, I sail. I can tell you having this infill there will affect the children from the sailing school sailing out because you're going to have bigger ships coming in and out. We already have ships coming in and out. Yes, absolutely. No doubt about that. But this is going to be more ships. This is going to be more traffic. These are going to be more kids going out there. I myself travel out there. I sail small lasers. I have a 29-foot sailboat.
1 minute. That may be something Blaine could address if you like.
Yeah, sure.
Blaine.
Yeah, no, first of all, Tim, I don't think we've had a chance to chat. And appreciate that you welcome us there, and I understand some of your concerns. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. One is these reef balls, and I share your frustration with trying to deal with the regulatory authorities. It took us 3 years actually to develop the plan, and I'm happy to talk to you about that and help you with that process if you got a project. We had a lot of people on it, and for an individual to get through that process and deal with it, and I fully understand your frustrations for sure. As regards to the boat landings, there's not going to significantly, if you consider the young sailors, the number of small vessels going in and out and large vessels, we'll be adding about 60 landings, which is year round. And if you look at a quarter of the year, or say a third of the year is the boating season, that's only about 20 landings. And if half of them are in the nighttime, we're down to 10 landings. I don't think you'll really notice us as a problem in the harbour. Safety is very important to us, and we'll be reaching out to the clubs and the young sailors and everything, and we want to be actively involved to make sure that that we have a positive presence there, and certainly is a big concern for us as well. So happy to talk to you anytime. Thank you.
Thank you both. And we're out of time for that household and ready for the next one. But thank you very much, Tim. And now we should have Scott Davis ready to go. Oh, I think we're back to Frank O'Connor, who had technical problems. Frank, are you ready to go? You there, Frank? Reminds me of the days of Baz Jameson. That you, Baz? Frank, I can see you on your I don't know if we're going to get video. Can you hear us? You there, Frank? Frank O'Connor, are you able to speak up? We continue to have technical problems with Mr. O'Connor. So Mike, I don't know if you're ready to go with Scott Davis, or are you still trying to get Frank on there? We've got a pretty constant text chain here with Mike. So Scott is not here. Frank has 2 connections and neither are working for him. The joys of technology. Okay, so we do have the next ready to go. James Wright is next on my list. So Mike, can you bring James in? James, are you there? And people we've missed, Mike will try to slot you in if the technology cooperates. James Wright, are you there, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, clear as a bell. So
Okay.
you have 10 minutes altogether, 3 minutes for your first question and comment.
Okay, just 1 second now. Sorry, I have a moving table and it's continuing to go down, so I'll just follow it. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. I think it's great to get us the opportunity. I'm just making sure everyone can still hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect. I'd just like to say that, in my opinion, Long Pond is a great example of how to blend residents, fisher people, the vulnerable environment, recreation, and commercial use. However, in mine and a lot of the local community's opinion, the proposed 4+ acre infill project will throw off this balance. I support OCI and I have respect for its international success based out of Newfoundland. And I think there are ways for them to fit into Long Pond, but they should have local support. And the current proposal does not seem to take into consideration much of the community's thoughts and experiences. How will OCI and the CBS Town Council use local experiences in determining if the project is acceptable? I would like to know if OCI will be willing to change their plan if it makes the community more comfortable. If the key points identified in the coastal study is that the design should allow flexibility and to accommodate future upgrades for adaptation, where is the flexibility and accommodation in this current proposal?
Thank you, James. I don't know if Rex wants to go first on that one or straight to Blaine.
No, I'm good there, Rob. How are you, James? Good to see you. We've
You too.
Blaine, over to you and your
back
team.
and forth by email. It's good to see you finally.
Yeah, it's good to know. Say you've been one of the few people responding to me. I'd like to hear other people's opinion from the council as well.
Okay, here tonight, this is focused on OCI, and Blaine, over to you.
Okay, sorry.
Good day, James. Thanks for the question.
No problem.
Basically, we have looked at a multitude of different possibilities, and for one reason or another, ended up settling on this particular plan.
And why was
we have
that?
moved it somewhat to the southwest and hopefully that helps. And
But I believe that was because of a Transport Canada application and not from the community input.
So James, you're going to let Blaine answer now for a couple of minutes,
sorry.
and then I'll let you back in.
yeah,
No
no,
problem.
well, there is no doubt that Transport Canada was driven by community input. And, they had a lot of community input on this piece. There was other options, for example, to make it wider the other way and dredge it as well. But we took the option to sort of move it back and also move it to the south at certainly a considerable cost to us because it meant more dredging. And
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I said, which part, where did you lose me, James?
Did you say at an increase in cost?
It is, yes, a considerable cost
Okay,
to us to
thank you.
move it southwest because it increases the amount of dredging, which is expensive. It certainly was moved south and west, and certainly we have looked at various other rooms, but in order to create enough space to do the work we require and also to accommodate, users also on the terminal roadside, we couldn't move any further for those reasons. So, we needed that much land. We're certainly hoping that this development will be an addition to the area and it'll sort of be a blend in between the more heavier industrial and also the recreational. And we certainly would hope for we certainly hope for certainly a smoother discussion on this. And
So how will? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt off.
No,
I just haven't had an answer to my question.
go ahead, that's fine.
Yep, go ahead, James.
So how exactly are you going to use the community input and the photographs of all the various issues around the area that contradict some of the models? How are you going to use that information in collaboration with the models?
Yeah, no, on the models, I'd have to turn it over to Danker. What we've done really is went out to a professional company. We're not qualified, of course, to study that, and we've done that and we've submitted the report. If there's a specific concern, certainly I'm sure Danker could answer it.
Okay, Danker.
Is there a concern? Can you be sort of more specific so he can answer, I wonder?
James?
For example, like all of the flooding and ice damming, and like the tidal activity, there's and species in the area. There's many photos and local stories of that differ and really show that there are increased risks. And I think adding the dam wharf in could significantly change it. But the report says there's basically no risk to it. And I mean, judging by the photos and stories, a lot of people have different opinions.
Thanks, James. Danker.
I think I can just speak from the coastal perspective purely, and this assessment we did on waves and hydrodynamics. When it comes to things such as the ecology and the benthic environment, I'd have to defer to those experts. So specifically, within the coastal perspective and looking at the hydrodynamics within the harbor, we looked at the current patterns and we looked at the velocities anticipated in the channel. And
sorry, I'm specifically asking about community input, and I would like to move on to my next question because but it's obvious I haven't been getting much information on how the community inputs. That's fine. I hope that it does get shown.
Maybe Rex can go back to the community input if you want, James.
Please.
I guess the biggest community input to this point in time was our acceptance of questions to go into our terms of reference for the report that we're discussing here this evening.
Right.
I guess.
And now we're getting our information. And now the information has been present. And
yeah, so I can give you
where are we going from here?
I can give you two examples where I personally made sure that questions and terms were included in the terms of reference based on my conversations with local people. Okay?
But there's no design. There's been no design change yet. Anyways, I only have 2 minutes, and I do have another question. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I would rather get my opinion heard than hear answers that I've been hearing.
Ask your next question.
There are no current provincial regulations for noise emissions, but most places follow the World Health Organization guidelines that recommend a maximum outdoor noise level of 55 decibels in the day or 45 decibels at night in the city, or 45 decibels in the day and 30 decibels at night in a rural area. The report measured an operational 71 decibel noise at the test site wharf and 52 decibels 400 meters away. The proposed project is 24/7. How will the noise be reduced past 40 decibels at night? And how will OCI and the CBS Town Council address future complaints about noise and resident comfort levels outdoors? Is there a way to further minimize operational noise? Also, what does the town and CBS consider appropriate noise level in low density residential areas?
Thank you, James. So I think we'll have Blaine address the site question or one of his team, and we can come back to Rex, but we have about a minute and a half max here. Blaine. Oh, you're muted there, Blaine. I don't know if...
I was looking back to my chart to get an example of around 55 decibels, and it's the example that we have in our presentation was a household refrigerator. So I think there's a couple of other.
The World Health Organization says that anything over 55 decibels in community noise is considered a nuisance and it affects public health. So we're right now by this model bordering at 53, and that's in the daytime. What happens at night? And if this moves either bit, we're up to 55 and we're at the maximum. And this is supposed to be a low density residential area, and we're at a maximum comfort level of most cities around the world, which the World Health Organization recommends to minimize.
Okay, thanks, James. I think you have your comment really clear. Blaine, you respond to that, please.
Sure. I think if you'll notice the chart in the noise study, 400 meters away is actually noisier than 300 meters away. So basically, as you move away from the development, this particular study was done in Harbour Grace, which is a similar facility in the center of Harbour Grace. And it actually gets noisier further away because that's the traffic noise that increases the noise. This is not an overly noisy operation. And there's two of these operations, one in Bear Roberts and Harbour Grace, there's in Argentia. And particularly, I don't think, you know, if you're comparing to traffic or you're comparing to a household refrigerator as sort of the idea here with around 50 is less than that, because that would be around 55 decibels, for example. So that's, you know, I'm not familiar with any other regulations, but we can certainly check into it.
Thank you, Blaine. And we're well over time. James, we're not going to cut you off. I've got your mic
Thank you very
silence.
much.
But Rex, did you want a quick response from the town's perspective? And then we'll have to move on to the next person.
Yeah, just that at this point in time, I'm not aware of a decibel level, a prescriptive decibel level. We obviously have our town bylaws of quiet time between 11 and 7, but I can't give you the actual, or even if there is a decibel level that we go looking for.
I can certainly send you the documents. Thank
Sure,
you.
Thank you,
certainly
James.
appreciate it. Yep, thank you very much.
Okay, I think we do actually have Frank O'Connor back, maybe by phone. He's been very committed and persistent, so thank you for that with the technology challenges on Zoom, etc. Frank, are you there now? Hello, Frank.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Clear as a bell. You have 10
Oh,
minutes
good.
for the whole session, 3 minutes for your first comments and question.
Right.
You should get to your question, sir.
Yes, hello.
Yes, Frank, are you there?
I am.
Please start
Can you hear
your
me?
question.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity. And yes, I have been plagued with a little bit of technical. Anyway, we'll leave that alone. I just want to start off with an observation. And I didn't get to know anything about this entire project until the early weeks of September, despite the fact that there have been a lot of people apparently in the know. But the appearance of even tonight's presentation, up until a moment ago, I was able to view it on YouTube. It's the town and OCI. And the appearance seems to me to be that it's the town and OCI versus the citizens. And I'm sure that that isn't implied or intended, but yet that appearance is there. Now, if I may, I will just go along with what I have noted down. The first is almost a question, but it obviously doesn't quite address what Rex is saying is the focus of tonight's meeting. But I want to go back to the Harbour Authority for a moment. How can the Harbour Authority gift, or for a price which has not been disclosed, give a large water lot to a private company for this undisclosed sum? Did the Harbour Authority require the approval of the town before they had to do this? And then the second part was there any consultation, public consultation, undertaken prior to this decision by the Harbour Authority to sell or give a water lot lease to OCI? Now, I have no objection to OCI, but I do have some observation about the mandate of any harbour authority. And I would think that the mandate should be to maximize the use of the harbour.
So Frank, you're almost at your 3 minutes. We can go to Rex for those initial questions, if you like.
Well, no, it's not actually a question. It's Anyway, if I may just for another few seconds finish this.
Sure.
It should be for the Harbour Authority to maximize the use of the harbour for the town, the environment, and for the province. And yet, it doesn't seem to be heading that way. It's actually diminishing the size, the surface size of the harbour.
So Frank, we'll let Rex respond to your statement and then see if Blaine has anything to add.
Good evening, Dr. O'Connor. How are you? How are you keeping?
I'm fine, Rex, thank you, and good to see that you're still active.
Good. Dr. O'Connor, you're right in saying that we're trying to stay away from questions that move too far away from the report that OCI has done. I take exception, and I shouldn't take exception, because you said it appears that it's OCI and the town versus the citizenry. I guess I take exception from the point of view that I'm not working on behalf of OCI. I've been in this town for 60 years. I'm part of council. OCI is coming to us with a proposal. I am trying to gather the information that I need to make a decision. In no way, shape, or form am I'm a representative of the 27,000 people that are in this town, not a representative of OCI, and have no intention of changing my focus in trying to make this town a better place. In terms of your comments, Long Pond Harbour Authority, they are just comments. And as I said, we're trying to stay away from questions other than the ones pertaining to the report. The question regarding the CBS Town Council and approval, the CBS Town Council did not approve the sale of the water lot to OCI. The Harbour Authority doesn't require the town's approval to sell water lots.
Frank, did you want a quick response or anything you want to direct towards Blaine and his team?
Well, yes, I have another couple of things, but thank you, Rex, for that. If I could then just go briefly to the history of Long Pond, and one can find that in the mid-50s. St. John's was getting to be a very busy place. It was when storms or other things threatened, the White Fleet would flood in. I'm sure a lot of you would remember some of those days, although perhaps it's only old folks like me that do. Anyway, in 1954-56, it was decided by the federal government to dredge Long Pond and make it a satellite or a secondary harbour for St. John's, because we're not that far away. And the Yacht Club figures in that to some extent. It was obvious that at first, there was just a little harbour with a wooden wharf where a perophilite was shipped out. But then once the harbour was built up in the very early 60s, grain came, cement came, and now we're into barge traffic. And I hope that OCI, if they come, can do it quite successfully. But now OCI wants to come and infill the harbour. This doesn't seem to me to be a very far-sighted venture. Rather, I see it as being a little bit opportunistic. I don't mean that as an insult in any way, but I think that I would like to say to OCI, to Blaine, if they must locate in Long Pond, why don't they purchase a site onshore and then dredge, in other words, make the harbour surface bigger, not shallower, or infill it, and reduce the whole size of the harbour. And I would
we have
just
another 3
finish
minutes.
with
Frank, would you like Blaine to respond to that?
I'll give him one more thing to respond to. And
Very
that
quickly.
with some imaginative engineering, you could locate fairly close, say even up to 1 kilometer away, and use a conveyor system for the frozen product that's going to come on and off from your ships.
Great, thank you.
I would leave that thought with you.
Blaine, you have 2.5 minutes, but we can come back to Frank if there's time.
Okay, I believe there's 2 or 3 things there. First, starting with the regulations and everything else. We have followed every regulation, both federally, provincially, as well as municipally. I think, for businesses to develop a project is quite onerous, and if you read through the land use impact assessment report, there's quite a lot of investment into engineering and information to have a look at the viability of the site, and certainly asked you to to really consider that. I think as regards to the port, they went to the public twice, and we have looked at different land and other scenarios around, and in order to have a development, it's got to be economically viable. And the other options that were on the table were not economically viable, and I suspect that's why the Port Authority, over a number of years, going to a big market, publicizing it widely, haven't found other people to get ahead of us, over the years. So it's not easy to find a suitable site. It's not an easy process to bring it forward. We've worked on this for years. We've tried to answer every question. We've engaged a multitude of experts. I think the report that the town have asked us to do based on public consultation is more than has been asked of any other company from our research that we could find. We've been looking for other examples in order to guide us in this process, and we really can't find one. We've looked to DFO and looked for other examples of projects to guide us on compensation, and we couldn't find one. It's the biggest that we have done, and we put a tremendous amount of work into this. We've been upfront and open.
Almost out of time, Blaine.
Okay, thank you.
Frank, did you have a quick final response?
Well, I do, but it's not a very happy one, because I think that if we look at the Town of CBS logo, it says Bright Town, Bright Future. Future is what I'm thinking about. And by reducing the size of the harbor is not going to play well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. And we're going to go, we have our next household ready. We were going to have a 10-minute break after our first 7 people. We've had a couple we've missed, one who dropped out, one for technical reasons. So I'm assuming we'll go 2 more and then take a break. But I'm at your service, so I'll respond if directed otherwise. So we should have Dina Yetman next, I think. Dina, are you there? Hello, Dina. And you can turn on your screen. I see, Mike, you may have texted me and not Dina, or maybe it's both of us.
I'm unmuted.
Ah, is that Dina? Great.
It's I. Hello.
We can hear you.
I'm in sooner than I thought I was going to be. Am I allowed to share my screen? I have nothing obscene. It's just it will ask the question.
I'll allow it, but I'll have Mike on the ready to cut it at my discretion. And you have 3 minutes for your opening comment question.
Okay, well, I'll start by saying thank you to all for the opportunity to present to you today. And this is one I want to share with you. Okay, so you guys can see this?
It's pretty small, but it's there.
Oh, darn. Yeah, I never thought about that. Okay, so I figured it would be full screen. So my concern really is about the proposed navigation channel. And here, I don't know if it's too small to see, but the one thing that I could not find in any of the documentation was addressing the issue of a shoal that is here just north of like the Perrins Road launchway. So if you can see it, and I don't know if you can, but normally when you launch from that area, you would sort of head westerly to avoid the shoals there, but then head northwest out the harbor unimpeded. When I look at the proposal, and I have totally lifted this picture from over here, Google Maps, showing, if you zoom in on Google Maps and highlight like bring up the brightness, you can see that there's a huge shoal right here. And anybody who uses the area, if there's anybody on the call here who boats out of this area, they would know that you don't go near that shoal.
Dina, there's a piece of a propeller of mine on that shoal.
Yeah. I mean, and on high tide, you don't see it. You don't
No.
see how, but at low tide, it's like, well.
Oh. You're frozen there, Dina. But if Blaine is not frozen and able, maybe he or one of his team can start speaking about that shoal.
Yes, absolutely. So we're further out harbour away from that shoal, and certainly that shoal is known to boaters, as Dina mentioned. And you know, we're happy to put a marker in front of the shoal as well. You know, we have Navigable Waters, Division of Transport Canada has, they're really the people that we're taking a guidance from on making sure there's a safe passage for recreational boaters. And certainly in discussions with them, if there's further changes, we'll certainly note that, and we can certainly address the shoal with a marker buoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaine. Dina, are you there? Blaine, I guess that's sufficient from your team. I don't know if anyone else needed to add to that, or.
Excuse me, Rob, while Dina's trying to get back on, she did submit some questions. I don't know if we want to move on with her questions while she's trying to get back on, or.
That's a great idea. If you have them handy, or if Blaine
I do,
or his
yes.
team.
Yeah. The first question that she posted, that was the second question she posted, and she was concerned about the actual question was, what additional actions will be implemented to improve safety in the navigational channel? And I guess one of the things that I would have liked to ask her, and I will if she gets back on, is what is she recommending? She's one of these boaters there, and we'd like to hear what she's recommending. But the first thing that she asked was, what's the number of full-time equivalent positions? And it just says documents are not consistent on the percentage employment offloading employees can expect.
Good one
And
for
I think
Blaine.
that refers to the number of employees that you're
No,
projecting.
we've always talked about 30 to 40 new positions as our best estimate. I believe we've been very consistent.
Are they full-time equivalents?
Well, certainly year-round.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's how consistent it will be, but we expect it certainly year-round and full-time positions. Full-time equivalents, you know, we can't calculate that finally until we understand what type of a sorting system we're installing. And
Thanks,
we're
Blaine. I
certainly-
think Dina is back. Can we unmute Dina? Great. So Rex was Johnny on the spot and asked your question about full-time equivalents.
Oh,
And
cool.
what's your next question? You have 5.5 minutes.
Before we go on, Dina, did you hear Blaine's response to that?
No, my power went all the time for my power to go. It just all went flat and then it came back.
Okay, I don't know, Blaine, if you want to
Repeat that, please.
just repeat that.
Yeah, no, we've said consistently 30 to 40 new positions, and that's mostly to do directly with the offloading and sorting.
Yes.
We haven't talked about full-time equivalents. We'd see a large amount of work year-round for these positions. Until we design our sorting system and the rates there, we wouldn't be able to fine-tune the number of positions, but we're happy to do that in the future. Additionally, there's a lot of other activities and spin-offs around there. There's undeniably a significant economic impact from these type of operations.
Thank you, Blaine. Back to you, Dina.
Okay, so I just wanted to just quickly respond to that. And when I look through the documentation, there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy in that when you look at the traffic use, it kind of implies that there's 60 offloadings a year, and it implies that there's 2 shifts of 16 people at that time. It doesn't imply that there would be 3 days of offloading. So what that would mean to me, like as a resident of CBS, I want good jobs to come here. And if an employee, a new job is created for an employee and they only get 60 shifts a year, that's not really the kind of employment that I want for my fellow citizens. Oh, you know, that's going to be somebody who's going to be on EI the rest of the year. So there's a big difference between a new position where there's 60 shifts a year, if there's 1 shift per unloading, or if they get 3 shifts in unloading and it's 180 shifts a year, because that's almost full-time employment and that's gainful employment. And that's what's going to bring young families to our community, not 60 shifts a year.
Dina, let's let Blaine respond to that now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're mostly speaking about the offloading. So the vessels are generally in 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
So, and when after offloading the vessel, when in between vessels, there's also sorting to be done. So the product comes in mixed. It could be anywhere from 20 to 40 different SKUs. So, you know, you'd have to take the pallets from the cold storage and sort them out into different pallets. There's often relabeling or boxing, or there's also functions of loading trucks and inventory management and things like that. So, you know, we don't have a precise number of weeks of employment, but it's very substantive. In addition to those, we really haven't talked a lot about the other jobs that come around, you know, the maintenance jobs and the other potential spin-offs around there. There's undeniable a lot of economic activity around landing this tonnage of fish in an operation like this.
Thank you, Blaine. Dina, you have 2.5 minutes plus a bit. We'll be lenient on the time outage.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to put back my screen just because I wanted to talk about this shoal and the navigation. So if this area is not dredged, when somebody leaves the lower harbor, or if they're launching from Perrins Road, and that's quite busy in the summer, as lots of you know, the path that used to be just like an L shape now turns into this circuitous path to get around the shoal. My issues with that are, well, kind of many. So I've detailed a few here. It has 2 blind turns, and they're blind turns because the wharf is 10 feet high, and we're not seeing around that. I think there's going to end up being a collection area of boats down around here. I don't know if you can see where my mouse is, but down to the left-hand side of the shoal, because people are not going to be able to see how many boats are ahead of them waiting to land in at Perrins Road or to keep going. And I think people are going to collect there. And that, I think, is a safety hazard because boats don't have brakes and most recreational boaters are not super skilled. And I think you're going to have a situation here where traffic is going to be crossing over each other, and it's going to be dangerous. Also, there's this boathouse here, which further complicates this area. So, I mean, that if that shoal is not dredged out, I think this is just an accident waiting to happen. The line of sight is terrible. If the shoal was dredged, then you'd have a more clear line of sight. It's still a challenge, I think, especially at night, because people launch their boats and they come in before dawn and after dark. So it's not a case of just having an eyeball view on them. You've got to go around a turn here, and I think that's unsafe. I don't think you have to be a marine engineer to see that's a problem. That's an accident waiting to happen.
Thanks, Dina. Will we let Blaine or one of his team answer that?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Dina. Basically, the channel there coming alongside the property is 30 meters wide and is marked with buoys, and of course it'll be a slow speed area. We're certainly happy to mark that shoal as well. If you compare that to the other channel going down to the yacht club, there's generally smaller boats and far less traffic. And that channel, the mouth opening on that channel is actually narrower. And the channel is actually longer. And there's people doing all sorts of different turns in the pond down there to all sorts of different properties around there.
I think that anybody...
I guess if you could...
Let Blaine finish, Dina, and then you can go back.
I guess if you could... Transport Canada's Navigable Waters division really controls the safety of boaters, and I'm sure they're not going to allow a situation that, with their considerable knowledge, seems to be risky. And they have certainly told us they've had a tremendous amount of public input, so they've reviewed many situations. If there's something that marking this shoal area, if there's something we can do there, or you have other similar suggestions, by all means, we're open to cooperating.
So
Tina.
another two comments there. One is that I think you'll find that you're going to get more expert boatsmen going out of the yacht club, just sheer by the investment that they have in their boats. You're getting people launching down here. It's regular Joes. They're not millionaires. So you're not getting the same skill, the same level of investment, the same devotion to boating. You've got boaters by heart over in the yacht club, and you're going to get a lot of young families down here.
We should clue up now, Dina.
Okay. And my other question is, will this area be dredged? Because I've heard several comments to the channel will be as deep as the existing navigational channel. The existing navigational channel would be this straight L-shaped line right straight out through, which is now it would be going through your infill area. Where is this channel, existing navigational channel, that the new channel will be as deep as?
Thank you, Dina. We'll have Blaine answer that, and then we're going to go to our next household.
No, the channel is very much like you have drawn there in your yellow dotted line.
Okay, so are you saying that area is not going to be dredged because this like Appendix D has the soundings and it seems extremely shallow?
Well, once you get down to your green line,
yeah,
any area beyond that is an existing channel. So we'll make sure that we get you over to the green line. Or somewhere similar there where you can have a channel down through.
The depth.
Yes.
Yes, because some of the feedback that I've heard from other concerned citizens is that 1.2 meters is not adequate for the boat that they currently can enter and exit Long Pond.
Yeah, we've done recent soundings on Long Pond, and that information is appendix to our report.
Yeah.
And you can have a look at it yourself there. That was done by a professional company this summer.
I have it right here. I will say the font is very hard to read, but it looks like some of it is 0.4 of a fathom.
I think it's in meters.
That's even worse.
So Dina, I think you've got your point across and you have Blaine's attention. Blaine, did you have a quick final response?
No, I think I've said everything.
Okay, Dina, we're well over time.
Thanks for your time and thanks for accommodating my lack of power.
No, it's one of those nights.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dina.
Thank you.
We are going to do one more person to bring us to the original 7 before a break, and then we'll take a 10-minute break if people can hang on. And it should be Justin Fancy, I think. Okay, I think I see Justin there. Need to get him unmuted. Hello, Justin. Can you hear us, Justin? Ah, there you go. Okay, you have 10 minutes altogether, 3 minutes for your opening question comment.
Perfect. Just want to start by saying I'm a proud resident of Conception Bay South. I try and advertise as much as possible when it comes to music and my career and everything else. And I just want to say I'm proud to be here tonight and represent the advocates for Long Pond and the development and everything else. I'll read my question as I stated there yesterday. Long Pond is a boating hub for the Northeast Avalon. I spend a lot of time boating in the summertime. People from all over the eastern part of our province come to Long Pond to lunch to enjoy recreational boating in our beautiful Conception Bay. And this past summer was no exception to that. Recreational boating is an integral part of this town, and I believe in that, and it attracts many residents who come to reside here. Given that there will be no space left for recreational boating expansion on the east side of Long Pond after this infill development and new channel, how will the town address future investment and development of recreational boating facilities?
Thank you, Justin. I think that's Rex, probably more than Blaine.
Sure, I'll take that. Good evening, Justin. Nice to have you here this evening. Justin, I'm not sure if I read you right, but what responsibility are you putting on the town to develop recreational boating?
Yeah, so
what's your expectation, I guess?
Yeah, so good question, Rex, and thanks for that. So, you know, being a recreational boater, and I have for a few years now, I realize that there's only a couple of hubs that we use for recreational boating, and Long Pond is one of those hubs. So, you know, with replacing this hub with a huge, you know, facility in the middle of Long Pond, I'm wondering, you know, it's going to have a profound effect on that recreational boating aspect of things. So I'm just wondering, what's your view on how that's going to affect, I guess, future development for wharving or you know, expansion of further facilities like Sunset Key right now? Because I know at busy times of the year, Sunset Key is looking at expanding facilities there, and I know, you know, in fact, I have a lot of friends and family that boat from the inside of the channel there at Long Pond and choose to launch their boats. I know people from town. I know people from you know, the Eastern Avalon that choose to launch their boats there and for recreational you know, purposes like fishing and everything else. So I'm just wondering, if this facility is built in the middle of Long Pond, what is the town doing to make sure that future development is able to be you know, accessed and whatever else, and proposals to go through for this kind of thing?
Sure.
If that clarifies it.
Yeah, we're getting there. First of all, you're certainly aware, and you sat in, I guess, on Dina's last the conversation with Dina, who preceded you, and obviously
I didn't because I was just added into the call. I was trying to get in for the last 20 minutes or so. Okay, but I hear the conversation is going good. So
yeah. Anyway, we know that the launching is not going to be an issue. The launching will still continue to be able to take place on Parents Road, and we know that there are issues there.
Can you further explain that, though? Because from what I'm hearing, it's something that OCI is willing to do for us to put in a channel, but it doesn't seem like that channel is going to be adequate enough for the boaters of Conception Bay South and Eastern Avalon. So I just want you to clarify that and make sure that there's, you know, things in place that are going to enable us to continue what we're doing there.
Rexville, we have Blaine respond to that one like you did before.
Yeah, sure. No, I really don't accept that. I think the channel will be more than adequate. I'm a boater myself, and I really think the channel is going to be as good as what you got now. As definitely you're going to have to make a turn, but that's not a
turn is okay, Blaine.
I don't think that's going to hurt you, Justin. I mean, and if you compare it to the other channel that's there, is less complicated. And you know, if there's some suggestions you got on how we could make it better or whatever else, I'm happy to have a discussion with you. But I really think there's a fear around that's not true. I really don't.
So is that side of that channel going to be dredged? Is it something? I'll be the first one to say, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I have a 24-foot boat that brought up solid on those rocks in that area.
You're not the only one, buddy.
Yeah, Justin, to be quite honest with you, we had divers down there doing some of our work. Okay. And even the existing channels now, I'm surprised people think it's so good. There's a lot of debris, there's everything there. And when we're finished with this, you won't have to worry. You'll have your 1.2 meters. You'll have a channel that's clearly marked. And in many respects, I think it'll be better. I'm not seeing the problem in the channel with getting boats in and out of there. That's you know, that's how I feel, you know. I understand everybody got to do it.
If you were to listen to the concerns, and I'm not putting blame on anybody here, but I mean, if the boaters that have spent so much time going in and out of that channel and avoid that area with all costs, how are you not seeing a concern there, Blaine? I don't.
No, we're going to dredge it, and we're going to dredge it and mark it.
Okay, so,
That's why, yeah,
is there detail on that I can see, Blaine?
Yeah, well, in our presentation, you probably missed it. We had basically 100 feet from our property boundary, you're going to have a channel that's minus 1.2 LNT. And I'd say you're a boater, you understand LNT is probably
absolutely
another quarter of a meter below the normal low tide, and then a meter from high tide. So you're going to have about 5 feet coming in there. So for the type of boats that's going up and down there, if you have that and we clean everything out of it that may be there, there's a lot of debris in the existing area.
Right.
I think you're going to have peace of mind going in and out there. I don't think the boats are going to accumulate and pass each other. You're going, you have light coming out the other channel. You really come out slow and you come out in line, and boaters have safe distances between boats, and you're in a string. And I think you could pass hundreds of boats in and out there a day without any problem.
Right. So is it fair to say that the residents of CBS would have a say in what goes there and be involved in that process?
They certainly have been very involved. Navigable Waters told me that they've got a tremendous amount of response on their website, and they're taking that into consideration with our application. We're still waiting to hear back from them. And what I'm talking to you about is a new proposal.
Right.
I mean, they may come back with something else if there's other concerns that have been raised. This process is ongoing with them since August, which is, a really long time. We've went to second round with them and had dozens of discussions.
Yeah, but I mean, those second rounds and those extra discussions, that could have been vetted in the beginning. I mean, from what I'm seeing, I mean, this question is one of the million that I have about how this whole process went down and everything else that went down. I mean, you're submitting a second proposal because the residents of CBS caught this and chose to vet it and try and get some understanding about what was going on here. I mean, if we left this in the beginning, we'd have no channel, we'd have no recreational boaters coming in and out of that place.
No, that's not true, Justin. I'll tell you why.
From what I see,
we're going to let Blaine answer there, Justin.
No, definitely. The very first and every single meeting that I've had with any regulatory authority, I told them that it's paramount for us that we don't affect the boating traffic there. And the reason there was a 20-meter channel is because I measured the distance between the marker buoys going down to the yacht club, and it measured 18.7 meters. So I rounded off to 20. And I could have went back and argued with Transport Canada, but I readily accepted their 30 meters based upon a lot of people saying he wants 100 feet there. We accepted it and moved on immediately. Within a week or so, I was back in with a new proposal and saying, okay, if people are more comfortable with this, we'll do it. And, I think that 30 feet is 50% wider than the existing opening going down to the yacht club, and the boats are smaller. And I realize there's a turn, Dina is right, but I really believe that people know the shoal is there, and, I take note to put a marker buoy on it, to increase the safety. But I don't think you should be worried. There's a lot of people stressed that you can't get out and enjoy a day on the bay because of what we're doing there.
No,
that disturbs us for sure. We would
almost
never
out of time, Blaine. Justin, final quick thought from you. I think Rex wanted to jump in, but after Justin.
Yeah, no, I just, Blaine, I appreciate that and the concerns and everything else. I just hope that, I'm all about a facility that's going to generate revenue for this town. I'm all about development, future development, everything else. Just from what I've heard from day one here, is just, there's a lot of things that are up in the air here, and I won't get involved, obviously, because I don't have enough time. But obviously, a primary concern for me is people getting in and out of that channel. And I just hope that if we do go ahead with this development, that there's adequate enough, support for recreational boaters to CBS.
Thank you,
for your
Justin.
time, everybody.
That's been well said. Rex, did you have a final quick comment?
Yeah, you started, Justin, talking about no place to put a boat and what the town was doing. I just want to point you to two studies that we've done. One is our Trailways Master Plan, and the other one is our Recreation Master Plan. And both identify the fact that there's certainly unutilized space in Seal Cove Pond and Indian Pond for anyone who wants to get involved with recreation boating, I guess on a business scale, or certainly just simply on a recreation scale.
Long Pond is easier, though, and we'll
Well,
take that.
yeah, Long Pond is easier, but we can't get the economic development in
But we can,
Seal
though.
Cove. So
We
we've got
can,
to
though.
balance it off, okay? We've got to balance it off here.
I'll argue until I die, Rex.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll let you two continue that then for the next 50 or 60 years. We're gonna now take a break.
Thanks, guys.
And thank you, Justin. Mike is gonna put a 10-minute clock ticking down on the full screen. And when we come back, we're gonna have Ted Perrin and Jerome Cody. And if you have not signed into the waiting room, you should get there ASAP so that we can start right on time in 10 minutes. Thank you all so far. We should be ready to go again there. I've unmuted myself. Hopefully Mike lets me away with that. Can you hear me okay there? I can see Kirk. Rex, yep, good. Okay, we should have Ted Perrin lined up and ready to go. We'll give it a couple of minutes to make sure everybody, or 1 minute to make sure everybody is ready to roll. Do I see Blaine? I always say on these Zoom calls, anyone old enough to remember Romper Room? I see Blaine and I see Carrie.
She never saw Rex, though. She never, ever saw Rex.
And you still feel bad about it, don't you?
Yeah, it still hurts. It still
Yeah.
hurts.
Anybody remember her name?
Wish we'd never seen Rex either.
I don't remember her name. Who does?
Her name was Miss Eileen.
There you go.
That gives away my age.
Great trivia.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get back to business here. And I see Ted Perrin there. Ted, you have 10 minutes. You know the procedure. You have 3 minutes for your opening comments or question, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everybody in attendance. Thank you very much for your time. Everybody's busy these days. I've got a lot to pack into 10 minutes, and I honestly don't know where to start now, given some of the things we've discussed already tonight. What I will start off with is I would like to go on public record as making it known that, in my opinion, my property and the properties of many others will flood if this development goes ahead as planned. I want that specifically and explicitly noted. I also would like to go on record as saying, in my opinion, navigation to the lower part of Long Pond, in and out of Perrins Road and Beards Lane, will effectively be unsafe and unusable for some vessels. That being said, what I'd like to do to start off is I'd like to address the hydrological report called by CBCL. Frankly, it has many errors. To start off with, the errors are several, and they're significant because as the engineer from CBCL, sorry, I forget his name, stated earlier in one of the conversations, he said the velocities were insignificant or some adjective to that effect. Based on what I watch every day of my life, his velocities are way understated. They are completely off. So his logic was that there's a very minimal flooding issue because of the velocities being so low. Incorrect. We watch currents there and tides there at times that I literally can pull an A4 sized Norwegian buoy, they call them, big orange buoy used for fishing, underwater that's attached to a mooring. We routinely see it. We've seen currents there every bit 3-4 knots at times, sometimes maybe 5. We've seen it. It's been ridiculous there. We live with it. It's fine, but we can't make it any worse. So the fact that their velocities are wrong, just by, you can just glance at the diagram. I know just from local knowledge. I'm there. I work on that water every day, and I recreational boat on it, and I grew up 10 feet from it. But it's wrong. The data model they obviously have. I don't doubt the quality of the model that they use, the program or whatever. What I do doubt is the data that's been inputted into it. So a lot of the data that's been inputted, it's basically, from what I can tell, and I fully stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, it's based on historical data from the tidal levels in St. John's, which in the report states, it acknowledges that tides in Conception Bay are going to be significantly different than that, and they are, I know, I see them. It also states that they have no current data for inside the pond. There is no existing data. So the report that's there now says that we don't know, essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we don't know what currents are there right now. And I can tell you they are wrong, right? I would assume that field data like this is gathered over a long period of time with equipment and observations. It's not done in a couple or 3 weeks.
That's your 3 minutes, Ted. You can just finish your sentence there and then we'll get some responses.
It's not estimated on a desktop. It's, pardon me, I'm sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, yeah, that's your 3 minutes, but you can finish your sentence and then we'll get some responses.
Yeah, okay, so the end of my sentence would be the data's wrong. It's not, the input data is wrong. So the output's got to be wrong.
Okay, thank you. Blaine, did you want to go first?
Yes, thanks, Ted. And I know these are big concerns of yours, and you certainly were the first guy actually to articulate them. And And, you know, I promised you and your family there in August that we would get this report. So I am pleased to have Denker on the line tonight from CBCL. And hopefully he can, I'm really hoping that he can answer your questions and allay any of these fears. I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. Yeah, hey, good evening, Ted. Thanks for your questions. Yeah, so I think, first off, we responded to the terms of reference provided by the town, which, did not require any data collection as part of the project. And also, given the sort of the time to do this investigation, we resorted to desktop methods. So we used this model, and what we did is we created a model of all of Conception Bay and drove the boundary with a tidal signal from a DFO web type, they call it model, so that we could actually look at the hydrodynamics in the entire Conception Bay itself, and then as it translates towards Long Pond Harbor and within Long Pond Harbor. So that in itself is generally how we set up the model. Then, of course, the model really depends on accurate bathymetry because the tidal movements are very much dependent on the depths in the harbor itself. So we had really good quality bathymetric data. So together with those sources, we put together a schematization of the harbor. As you rightfully point out, it was not calibrated to field data. It is typically good practice to calibrate a model to field data. But in this case, given the inputs we had and the terms of reference from the town, we believe we followed sort of the best practices that we could, given the requirements. Now, as you also point out, we found that the currents were relatively low in our report in the constrictions. And then, in the absence of recorded data, we go under the assumption that all the other inputs, such as bathymetry and tide, are accurate, and therefore our model is a representation of what's happening in the area there.
So how do you explain, thank you for that. How do you explain that the velocities that we observe are significantly different from the model?
It's hard for me to comment on the velocities observed and the relative speed of those without, seeing it myself or having data available. That's just not something that I could comment on. It's just, in the best case scenario, you'd want to measure those and understand what the magnitude of those are, and then you can, understand relative to those what they, how well the model's performing. But without that, I can't comment on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair enough. So, I don't doubt what your report says, because your report says what the data has given you so far. What I would like to note is a very, very important, because flooding is obviously one of the biggest concerns we have here. Given that the velocities, I feel, are underestimated, the ice jamming situation, I think one of the points in the report references that fragile ice is the type of ice that typically creates jams, and not the pan ice that we get up in the other part of the pond. Fragile ice exists in Long Pond. Is probably the most prevalent from the point and outwards, from the point by Beards Lane outwards towards the breakwaters. It forms very easily with northerly wind. It blows up in the corner, and I can almost watch it growing. So it exists. I watch it every day in the winter when it happens. It happens. I've seen it right up to the buoys outside the bay and further on. So I think that's a significant concern. So in my opinion, and I respect your professionalism and that you've come to a determination based on the data that you have and what you were asked to do, but it's not accurate. I'll tell you, frankly. Not that I think you did anything wrong, but it's not comprehensive enough of what's actually the conditions are there. Therefore, we don't have a clear picture of what threat is actually of flooding. Now, based on my professional experience and my personal experience being a resident there, given the conditions that I see and the conditions I've compared to elsewhere and what can happen there that I know will happen with the ice, it is going to create flooding situations. The type of ice exists there. The velocities, I think your report stated, the velocity will double in the constricted channel, but the velocities were referenced as being relatively low. So given that the velocities are higher, they will double to be higher. So I don't know. I think to rely on this as a decision-making tool is very poor practice.
I think
I
you've
would
been
like
clear
someone
there.
from council. to address.
Will we see what Danker, maybe Blaine, and maybe Rex want to say in response?
Sure.
Okay, Danker, anything else to add? Succinct.
I think at the time of creating this report, we used the information that we had. You know, since we have had lots of additional information come in, and we're looking at that now.
Okay, appreciate it. I'm open to talk to you guys whenever I can help you.
Okay, Blaine, anything to add?
No, you know, we, based upon discussions with Ted, and others, and, you know, we had a start on this report even before we received the land use impact assessment report based on a multitude of concerns. We got a consulting company that's well versed in this, and they took from what I understand the best practices. So I'd leave that to Danker from there.
Yeah, so I think the report needs work. If I have a bit of time to reference some of the issues with the navigational channel, is that okay?
You got 25 seconds.
All right. Mr. Sullivan, with all due respect, your comments of the navigational channel being as good or better than what we have are wrong. A curved channel is not as good as straight. The comparison to the yacht club channel is not comparing apples and apples. The narrowest entrance to the yacht club channel, I believe, is around 60 feet. Ours at the narrowest point right now is over 100. The yacht club channel fans out after that small section between the buoys. It gets wider, and it's more space in there. You got a direct line of sight. You have vessels that pass port to port. It's a very easy channel to navigate. The current is usually on the stem or the stern of the vessels to make it very easy to navigate. Our channel will not be safe due to constrictions, due to turns, due to currents, due to a number of effects. I'm sorry, but everybody, I'm telling you right now, this is bad. I want OCI to come here and do business. I really do. We need economic development, and the industry I'm in, I get spin off from those types of developments as well. But this is not a good development for this harbor. It's going to cause so many problems. It's not going to be worth the benefit. There has to be an alternative solution. I think everybody needs to get together at the table and rack their brains on this. I apologize if this is not what Mr. Sullivan would like to hear. I really want him to find a way to do this, but I'm sorry, this is just wrong.
Thank you, Ted. Blaine, any quick final response on this one?
You know, I stand by my comments that we will have a safe channel approved by Transport Canada Safety, and I'm always willing for a discussion, Ted, so reach out anytime.
Well, the last discussion you and I had, I asked if you were going to do anything else with the channel. You said no, you're going to leave it to Navigation Protection to direct you. I've given Navigation Protection 13 pages of what I think is wrong with your proposal. I'm not always right. I'm sure some of that may be wrong, but there's enough there that obviously there are concerns. I think most people here know my background and know where I'm from and how I vote. And I'm sorry, I just can't promote it. I can't jump on board with this. I really can't. I wish I could. I can't.
Okay, we're way over time. Blaine,
Yeah,
one last
if I could
quick
respond
comment.
very briefly, would that be possible?
Yep, go ahead.
I definitely said, you know, after you informed me that you had made all your points to Nav Canada, I said I'd deal with them. And also, you know, we did, I did talk to you about the weight and everything, and I would have hoped that would have helped, you know, from our discussion. So anyways, I appreciate your comments, Dave.
I do, and you know, there are other issues that haven't been addressed, but the width has been addressed. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your time.
Ted, you've been really clear. Rex, do you have any quick comment from your end?
Just from the point of view, Ted talks about local knowledge all the time and very passionate about that. And I have been down on his wharf, and he's shown me his tides and so on. And we've got to make sure we get that perhaps we have it right, but we got to make sure that we have this right.
Okay, thank you, Ted, very much, and everybody. We're on to Jerome Cody next. And Jerome Cody, are you there? Oh. Hello, Jerome Cody. Oh, I can see someone looking at me there. Can you hear me, Jerome? Looks like you're in business. Mike, are you going to be able to take Jerome off mute?
Can you hear me?
Aha, clear as a bell. Cody.
All right.
So
good.
you have 10 minutes for the full session. 3 minutes for your opening comment question.
All right. Well, first of all,
Looks like you're in business. Mike, are you gonna be able to take Jerome off mute? Sorry, Jerome, I hate hearing myself in an echo, but maybe I'll go away. We'll add that to your time. Clear as a bell.
You can hear me, can you?
So you have 10 minutes for the full session. 3 minutes for your opening comment question.
First of all, I don't know if anyone can
Looks
hear
like
me.
you're in
Oh my
business.
gosh.
Mike, are you gonna be able to take Jerome off mute? Sorry, Jerome, I hate hearing myself in an echo, but maybe I'll go away. We'll add that to your time. Clear as a bell. Sorry, Jerome, I hate hearing myself in an echo, but maybe I'll go away.
First of all,
We'll add that to your time. Clear as a bell.
first of all, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jerome.
All right, thank you. We're having some technical problems there, but first of all, I gotta say,
Do you have YouTube turned off, Jerome?
technical problems there, but first of all, I gotta say,
You need to mute YouTube. Mike is telling me on the text that that's our problem. And if we can't fix this, Mike, I don't know if you have our next person on, and then we could come back to Jerome.
hello.
I think we got you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You got 10 minutes altogether,
Right.
3 minutes to start.
All right, thank you, sir. First of all, again, I'd like to thank you, kind gentlemen, for the opportunity to speak here. It's a funny situation I find myself in. And Mr. Sullivan, I've met you some 2 months ago approximately. And as I said to you then, you're a great gentleman. And I was very thankful for the opportunity to speak to you that day. OCI is a great company. I have no odds with OCI, just that I have to put forward the concerns that I have here today. Much similar to Mr. Piran, I would like to go on public record here today and give notice that concerns I express here today may not be seen to the level of seriousness that they are, but unfortunately, if not dealt with and denied, then I would assume they'll become more prevalent in the future, as the concerns expressed will no doubtably happen. So for that, I will again wish to note that these are very serious concerns to Sunset Key Marina. Sunset Key Marina is for recreational boating. It's part of the vision of which town of CBS presents himself. And we as an investor have spent tremendous time and passion for myself in putting forward what we believed was the dream of CBS and part of their master plan that they're suggesting. So right now we have a huge investment up there. We are about to be totally majorly upset by this development. We put in an expansion for this thing, and it unfortunately hasn't been seen that this project will majorly affect what we are about over there. I would like to know, is the town aware of the impact that it will have with this marina? And do they have any concerns towards that? I've reached out to them several times to meet with me. There's been no response yet. Only one I've spoken to was a little bit there from Mr. Sullivan some time ago. And we spoke more about what his intent was, not about what the town was. So to the town, I asked this question: are you aware of the damage this is going to cause to Sunset Key Marina?
Thank you, Jerome. Rex, are you able to respond on there?
We've worked through this process, Mr. Cody, for the last 5-6 months.
My name is Jerome, by the way.
Okay, Jerome, I'm Rex.
Right, Rex.
And I guess first of
I'm
all,
here friendly to talk to you.
I want to commend you on the work that you have done there. I enjoy boats. I don't have one myself right now, but I enjoy going down your way and
I
having
wish
a
you
look.
had come and visit me and said hello.
In fact, Craig Nightingale's dory, my dad built, so it's down on your property. As a town, we've gone looking, I guess, looking for the information that you're saying, that you're asking us, do we know? And what we've seen your letter that came, 3 months ago? We've gone through that. We're hoping that information we can use in our decision making. And I guess at this point in time, is there anything that you'd like to add to that now that we're meeting
Well,
face
you
to
haven't
face?
answered my question. Do you realize the amount of damage this is going to cause to this facility?
No, I don't. No, I don't, because I'm not sure that there's a concrete answer as to what that damage will be.
Any thoughts on it whatsoever?
Well, Jerome, could you actually, I'm going to interject, could you elaborate from your perspective, please, on that? You have the floor.
First of all, I got 3 questions, so you're going to have to help me here now because I don't want to miss the 3 of them and then for a very short time. But the development already was sent to the town. It was sent to all the different departments of permits, and permits were all granted. We had the expansion laid out for this thing right from the beginning. It was all approved by council, the Harbor Authority, and every other one. So it's very much out there. I wrote a letter to the Harbor Authority saying that at the time we had put it on hold because of the economy, but the plans were there for future development. It's very well known. There's been no consultation with us whatsoever. And part of the duty of call of the council here is to inform the community of what's happening, which is the problem here right from the start, that this thing is being so rushed through. Had proper registered environmental assessment done, there would have been time to allow this proper review being done, which is sad that we are here tonight on a reactive setting, trying to deal with a development of this magnitude and size in the present format. I hope someone sees the wrong of this. I hope the people who are watching here realize how wrong this setting is tonight, because if the proper environmental assessment had done, registered, this could be done that the town would have looked like the greatest community leaders. OCI, who I believe are a great company, would come out on top, and you could deal with all the concerns. Everyone could be met there to be happy. You don't have to sabotage a marina. You don't have to have people on here tonight doing the concerns that they're expressed. This can be all done if it had been done, and you guys would have been way further ahead if you had done this properly from the beginning, rather than keeping the public uninformed to the last minute.
Jerome, you mentioned you had 3 questions. Did you want to pose them? We got 4 minutes.
You haven't answered that one, but anyway, the next one is erosion and sedimentation. Can I speak to the gentleman who wrote the Lunar report there? Ms. Dagger, is it?
Yeah, he's listening. If you want to make your statement or question, he'll respond.
Sir, can you tell me how long you had to prepare this report?
We were contacted, I believe, by OCI to do this report in September.
How many weeks have you had to do it?
And we turned this around in about a month, I'd say, 3 to 4
So
weeks.
you've done this report in 4 weeks, right?
I'd say
You're a highly recognized professional engineer. Is that a normal time to do something like this?
For the scope and this type of study, it's not unusual.
Let him answer, please, Jerome. Let Danker answer.
For the terms of reference that were provided to us by the town, and for the scope of the assessment, it was not an unusual request. We do get these kinds of requests for that type of terms of reference.
This is a normal time for you to turn over a report this magnitude. Is that correct?
For the terms of reference that were provided, yes, it was.
So you do reports like this of this magnitude in 4
Jerome,
weeks?
you're repeating the question. I think he's answered it 3 times now. Did you have another question, Jerome?
Okay, well, stay on the erosion of that. It's obvious that the erosion is going to be increased there. There's going to be high siltation, sedimentation, velocities, and all this is coming down on top of Sunset Key Marina. Has CBCL reviewed the concerns that this may have for the marina? As velocities increase, erosion increases, sedimentation increases, and siltation. As velocities decrease, if you watch Sitting Gold, this is how it's done, in a sense that all this erosion, because it's a primary of silt and sand, will be deposited on Sunset Key Marina. Does CBCL recognize that?
Thanks, Jerome. Danker.
Yeah, so this is a very good question. And, we looked at the currents in the harbor and found that, based on the models that we were able to put together, there would be very little changes in the area around Sunset Key Marina, and therefore concluded that given, the relatively minor change and the kinds of currents we were expecting, the sediment transport itself in the area would not be significantly affected.
So
Jerome, we have about a minute and a half. I think you had one more question.
Okay, there's ice buildup and everything coming down there. Again, I'll put forward that this is going to be concern for the marine in the future. The last one I have is, of course, the devaluation of the property we have here. Has there been any consideration that may be a possibility?
That probably isn't a question for Danker as an engineer. He's agreeing. Rex, did you want to respond to that?
As a town, we see concerns regarding property values every day. Every proposal that comes in, every proposal that we deal with that has a discretionary component, it affects property values. And everyone who has a concern with it cites the impact on their property value. Like what? If it's a daycare, people in the area say their property value is going down because of too much traffic. If it's a garage, there's too much noise. And it's...
So you're saying there's no effective value on Sunset Key Marina, is that correct?
That's not what I said. And so we're talking to appraisers in a general way, and invariably they tell us that, yeah, there may be some devaluation, but in terms of quantifying it with other market inputs and so on.
But don't you think that's a major concern for this business?
Will you tell me?
So, Jerome, we're over time. I'm going to give you last word. Jerome, you have last word there now.
Okay. First of all, again, thank you, gentlemen. I would hope that some people see the wrong of what's been done here. And I would hope that there are people who are watching this realize the significance of the impact of this development up there. You don't have to fill in a harbor. OCI, again, is a great company. This project can be done with proper consultation with the public and allow the public to be involved and help you with the concerns rather than to be doing a reactive type setting here now and allow this to happen and all these mistakes that people are bringing to your attention to be overlooked. There's no way you guys can sit there and not acknowledge the level of disturbance this is going to do. I would hope
just clue up there now, Jerome,
are about that you recognize this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. And we are ready for the next person. Margaret was lined up for next, but not in the waiting room there. David O'Day is, and if Margaret can come in after, we'll have her come in. David O'Day, are you there? Hello, David. Oh, is that David O'Day? We'll get you unmuted there, David. Can you hear me? Well, we can see him there, Mike. Hello, David. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Ah, there you go. You have
Okay, yeah,
10
no, I wanted
minutes
to turn off
altogether.
YouTube.
You have 3 minutes for your first question or comment.
Yeah, when are we on?
You're on, sir. Floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for letting me speak this evening as a member of the community. I'd like to say our municipal plan for the town of CBS speaks to the spirit of conservation and preservation of our wetlands. I commend the Council of the Day for their foresight to see what dangers to the environment could be caused by disturbance of those wetlands along the various streams, brooks, and rivers throughout the town. The land use study commissioned and paid for by OCI does not seem to address the land along Conway's Brook and Sobey Stream. Do any of the models show the possibility for increased flooding?
Thank you, sir. Very quick to your question. Appreciate that. Blaine, did you want to go, or one of your team?
Sure. No, I believe the report that was commissioned is very clear in that it states that as a result of this development, it's not impacting flooding. That's not to say there's not existing conditions there, but specifically dealing with the report, it clearly states that, and I mentioned it in my presentation as well.
Maybe speak up a bit there, Blaine, too, when you're speaking. David, did you catch that?
No, I didn't catch his last couple of words.
Oh, sorry, Blaine. Can you just repeat a little bit the final comment?
Yeah, no, the final comment was that, you know, I guess I addressed it in my summary presentation, and the report addresses it very clearly that as a result of this development, it doesn't increase flooding risk. That's not to say there isn't existing ones, but it speaks specifically to the development. Thank you.
David, did you catch that, and did you want to follow up?
Yeah. The follow-up for that one would be, if there were to be some increased flooding, and there always could be possibilities, and we know there's no models been done on the harbor, only models that have been guesswork models, who's going to be held responsible for any flooding that's going to be caused to either the citizens who live in the area around the pond, the businesses as far up as Sobeys or Heritage Square that could be affected by increased flooding? We already know, just driving down the road, that any kind of a rainfall that is more than a little bit of rain causes a lot of flooding of the rivers that are there, and sometimes the culverts are quite overflown. So who's going to be bearing the financial responsibility for that? Would it be the town or the OCI?
So I'm guessing Rex should go first on that one.
We're in a position there now with when flooding takes place, and you reference culverts being overflowed and so on. That's certainly town responsibility, and town deals with it as we need to deal with it. Whether we're liable to it, that's I guess an insurance piece, a legal piece.
David, did you want to follow up on that?
Well, from what I hear from the residents in the area, I don't think their insurances are going to pay anything because they're already considered flood risk. My second question has to do with a number of the vague comments that I've been hearing both tonight and reading in the media and on the town's website and on OCI's website. With the comments in the area around the navigational channel, Mr. Sullivan, you've talked about it being 1.2 meters or 4 feet. Was that correct?
Blaine? Oh,
yes, 1.2 meters LNT. 1.2 meters LNT. And I mentioned that that's typically below the the normal low tide.
Okay, and if we look at what your professional divers came up with, the majority of their transections are greater than 5 feet. So why wouldn't you at least give us the minimum that we have now? One would think that you might want to give us a little bit more.
I think he has it. David, Blaine will answer there now.
Yeah, no problem. So basically, I had asked our guys to look at the whole track, and we ordered a new study this year, which is attached to a report as well. And in order to access the lower pond, I think it gets as low, less than 1.2 meters in some areas. So 1.2 was settled on for that reason.
David, did you want to follow up on that?
I don't
Or
think that
something
the
else?
1.2 is going to satisfy most voters. But my last question would have to be with the dredge material that has to be removed. I know some of it is going to be pushed back in the harbor, and some will actually have to physically be removed from the harbor and dumped somewhere else. Where do you plan on dumping that material?
Well, we're as I mentioned, I think I answered this earlier, but in summary, it will be within the 2.5 hectare development.
So you're going to be
Materials.
keeping it, nothing is coming out with your dredging? Everything is going to remain in the water but just be moved?
If the material has to come out, if it's unsuitable materials, it'll be brought to an approved site, and we'll follow all the regulations for sure.
David, I think that was your last question, but you still have a few minutes. Did you have one? You good?
No, I'd like to say thank you for listening. And I still think that we need a full environmental impact study done by somebody who's going to be totally independent of our council, current council, and independent of OCI.
Thank you,
for
sir,
your
very
time.
much. And we now have Margaret Costello ready. We went past her, so now we'll go back. And Margaret, are you on there yet? Hello, Margaret Costello. I see a big C there. Hello, Margaret, are you there? Hello, Margaret.
Mute. Okay, Margaret Costello here.
Hi, welcome. You have 10 minutes altogether, 3 minutes for your opening comments or question.
Okay, my question that I sent in was basically, we all spent the whole fall dealing with this project. We all put in questions, and today we're being asked, or yesterday, a deadline to put in another question. I sent in many questions of concern. And I'm really inquisitive as to why we're asked again to put in our questions. How can we, as a group of concerned taxpayers, get all the answers that we sent in, I went around myself speaking to older people that, didn't have the capabilities and that have concerns.
Okay, that's a process question. I think Rex can answer that first.
Good evening, Margie. How are you this evening?
I'm very well. You?
Good. I'm fine, thanks.
Right.
Margie, I'm not sure what you mean. What happened to your questions? Like, we're as a council, we're in the process of gathering information for this thing, and we're gathering. We got 27,000 people, and we're trying to educate ourselves on what the answers to the questions, actually questions that you've sent in.
Yes,
but we don't have the answers yet. That's why we're here tonight.
Oh, so you don't have the answers to our questions, because this is, we were asked to ask more questions. Send in a question so that we can publicly go on to this meeting.
Okay, Margaret,
But
let Rex answer now.
But your question was about questions, and that's what I'm answering.
So I want to know, my question is, all of the questions that were put in the fall on the different deadline dates that were available to the public, all of those questions, is there any way that we can have the councillors, our decision makers, sit and talk with us about those questions that we asked, all the previous questions?
But the questions were asked so that we could learn the answers. The questions were many of the questions were put into terms of reference and used to build the report that we're talking about this evening. And
Right.
the answers
when do we
are
get
in
the answers? When do we
What's
get the answers?
The answers are in that report. And as of right now, we have 2 engineering companies on contract going through the answers that OCI's professionals provided to ensure that we have the correct, that the answers are correct.
Okay, and you
Wait,
know,
that's the
I'm just joining the meeting, Rex, and to tell you the truth, I have to say, in looking at the answers, some of the answers I don't believe. I grew up on the water. I watched the fishery die.
So Margaret, are there any specific questions about this project that we have all the people online who can try to answer? Is there a particular thing you'd like to ask right now?
My question is, I would like the councillors to answer all the questions that were sent in for the October 16th deadline by all of the citizens, not just the few people that are online doing it tonight.
Okay, I think Rex has responded to that already, but Rex, do you want to respond one more time?
Yeah, the questions were not meant to come to us to give the answers. We're looking for the answers. That's why we're here this evening. And OCI provided us with 400 pages of documentation from professional people answering that question. And we're working through it to ensure that they have given us the correct answers.
Okay, so I'm not debating whether the answers are...
Just let me finish. A lot of those questions went into a frequently asked question page off our website, and you can go online right now and find those answers. I believe OCI had an FAQ on their website as well. I don't want to be speaking for Blaine, but that was the process. You sent questions to us. We said we need to educate ourselves on this project, and that's what we're trying to do. We've got a decision make in a couple of weeks or a month or
have you read the report, Margaret?
You know, like I said, the questions that were sent in were, I went and gathered them from older people who lived on the pond that would like answers to their questions, to all of the questions that were asked. And all I'm asking tonight is the people that have called into this meeting have read the Loire. A lot of the older people that I have gotten the questions from did not read the Loire, but they would like to see our councillors answer their questions, whether I don't have all the questions here now, but whether they were regards to flooding, you know, many things that were of question to them. Flooding was a big concern. And, you know, as I said tonight, I'm just joining here now, so I'm not sure if the questions were already answered. My concern is that I would like to see all questions that were put in the fall, whether they be put out on a YouTube channel with the councillors. The councillors is what they asked for, answering the questions. You know,
that's the problem. You've set us up, we against them. We're representing OCI. We're representing the 27,000 people in this town.
That's what we hope for.
And we're looking for the answers. We're looking for the answers to those questions.
Yeah.
Now, just
sure.
Like,
so you quickly, Rex, and then back to Margaret, and then we're going to clue up, I think.
Is there some way that we can summarize some of those questions in a format that those people would understand? I don't know.
You know, Rex,
is that what you're looking for?
Yep, that's what they, you know, I'd like to be able to give them their answers, whether it be through, you know, a documentation that you can say there will be absolutely no flooding. And if there is flooding, who is responsible for the flooding? We sit here in Long Pond today and yesterday with some major flooding. I watched the Barishwa out here today having water go over it. You know, all kinds of pictures. So these people do want answers. And how we get them, this is my question tonight. How can we get the answers to those people that, you know, maybe don't go online, Rex? Maybe are not.
No, I certainly understand what you're saying.
You know, whether
is there some way to, I guess, provide us with the specific questions so that we can take the answers at the Loire and you can share?
You know, all the questions that were passed in are what is the concern. The town council received many questions this fall on a up to October 16th date.
Yes.
And most of the questions, as you said, are repetitive.
Yes, and they've been answered in the report.
They have been answered in the report. I do not find an answer in the report to say if flooding happens into any of the properties sitting in Long Pond, who will be responsible?
But I think in that case, and I could pass it over to Blaine, but I believe in that case that's not referenced because they're talking about flooding is not an issue.
Flooding is not an issue.
Blaine,
I mean, you know, like
Margaret, would you like Blaine to answer that?
No, thanks. I'm fine. Flooding is an issue.
Okay.
Okay. Flooding is a guaranteed issue. I sent in documentation of flooding here in this pond today. So to wait for the year of 2100, it's a little too late. You know, 2100, we get 1 meter rise in water. We had 3 inches here today where Bishop's Road would have been underwater. Cars would be traveling through salted water. Pedestrians would be walking through the ocean on the new trail. So is
Blaine,
flooding
I think you probably should. Margaret, I'm going to let Blaine respond.
Hi, Margaret. We're happy to answer from our perspective any questions that you might have. We can only answer questions about how our development affects the flooding. You know, I understand from what you're saying, there's flooding issues down there. And, you know, from our findings from the studies that we have done, this development is not going to make it any worse, but it's also not going to make it any better. So I think whatever issue you got there is going to remain unchanged.
Okay, Blaine, let me just ask one question.
And we're out of time, Margaret, so last question.
If I had a glass of water and I filled it up, and I took that glass and put in a rock that displaced 70% of the water, where will the water go if we put in the same amount?
Thank you, Margaret. I'm going to have Blaine answer that, and then we will have to go to our next household.
Yes, if it was a lake or an enclosed body of water, it'd be like a glass of water. But it's open to the ocean. So the level of the ocean is the Atlantic Ocean. It's a massive body of water. And the tidal action affects the height. So that's the difference in your glass of water scenario.
Okay, so the tidal issue affects the height. The tidal issue.
Yeah, so for example, if you put a rock in Long Pond, or 100 rocks or 1,000 rocks, the Atlantic Ocean still comes in and out at a tidal level, you know?
Okay,
but
we're way over time. We can try to
explain it to you, or we can answer any questions you have. We'd be happy to undertake that if you want to send them to us.
You know, like I said, I'm representing concerned citizens that are, you know, living on the pond for many, many years. I asked the question it's simply, can we have some kind of a process in place whereby every question up to October 16th deadline would be answered?
Thank you, Margaret. You've made that really clear.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's good, Rex and Blaine. And thank you, Margaret. A really clear articulation of your concerns. And I think it's been really well heard. We do need to go to the next household. Sean Gillespie, I think, is on there. We'll see if we can get you unmuted, Sean. Can you hear me?
Hello.
There you are. So
Hi, how are you?
You know the drill. You get 10 minutes for the whole session, 3 minutes for your opening comment question.
Okay, I'm going to try to travel quickly here. I've got, I think, 3 questions. The first question is regarding the report and what was submitted, I guess, studied, and correct me if I'm wrong, but just to give a foundation for the question, I guess, and I'm going to use square meters because when I looked on the materials that were posted on the town of CBS site, The initial application to the town by OCI state the size of the land to be developed as 7,560 square meters. So 7,560 square meters. We know that OCI has acquired a 50,990 square meter lot from the Long Pond Harbor Authority. OCI has consistently stated that the development is 17,000 square meters, and they have some approvals for another 8,000 square meters, for a total of 25,000 square meters of land that could be infilled, while the lot itself is close to 51,000 square meters. In the LUAI, or the report, the question, if you look at page 7 and 8, the final terms of reference as generated by the town of CBS states that a report requirement number 4, provide flood risk analysis for the site and adjacent lands, including the breakwater and barrage that considers and includes, and it goes A, hydrology, hydraulics, all the way down to F, which says total future development within the contributing basin. So my question is, if we're supposed to be looking at this as the overall project, they have a 51,000 square meter lot that could be future filled in, which I've had conversations with Mr. Sullivan that, you know, who knows what's going to happen in the future. They have the lot, they have it for expansion. Why is it that we're not looking at the overall impact of that 51,000 square meters instead of the reduced 17,000 or 25,000 square meters?
Thank you, Sean. Go to Blaine or one of your team.
Yeah, no, I can take that. It's like, I guess, one thing is having land and the other thing is a plan of what you're going to do with it. We've been quite open and transparent to what our plans were. We don't have any further plans. And as I mentioned to you in the past, if we do have further plans, we have to bring a proposal forward at that time. But we don't have any other plans currently.
No, but what it states in the final terms of reference, it says total future development. So whether you do it next year, 5 years, 10 years, this report should take in the fact that that whole land water lot is filled in to see what impacts all of those things would have on the various things that you've reported. Why only do half the report? Or for half
Sean, no, if you look at the report, especially the CBCL report, the future development referred to is going from the 1.7 up to the 2.5, or if you want 17,000 square meters up to 25,000 square meters. So, and that's addressed in the CBCL report. There's no plan beyond that.
Yeah, but I think what the town has requested and what is not answered in your submission is total future development. So for instance, if I was going to put in a cul-de-sac somewhere and I only was going to start with one house, the town doesn't require that I put in all 10 houses in a 10 lot cul-de-sac. They need the cul-de-sac development plans, and then you do a house at a time. So the fact that you're not providing the engineering for the total amount of land that you could possibly have there seems to me as it's only giving half the story. So I'm just going to leave it at that, Blaine. I'd like to go on to a second question if I could.
I'd like a chance to respond.
Oh, sure.
Sure. Just a second, Sean. Go ahead, Blaine.
We've had this discussion a few times now, and I just really want to try to make it clear is that, you know, we can't be talking about plans when we don't have any. So the plans and the future development that we've discussed with the town and the regulators, and we've been on our website and everywhere else, the future development is putting in a second wharf to allow 2 berths. And basically, we have modeled that, to be clear. We can't model things that we have no idea or no plans for. We wouldn't even know where to start. So well, that's hopefully that clarifies this question.
I think it actually muddies it more, Blaine, to be quite honest. If you have a potential for 12.6 acres, 51,000 square meters of property that you have there that you admitted in the past that someday down the road you may develop, then that whole property should be analyzed, not just what you're going to do next year. That doesn't even make sense. You know, so what happens in when you do go to develop the rest of it.
Sean, you've gone back and forth on that one a few times, but did you have something else you wanted to address?
Well, I do. And just to say, just before, it's not OCI's response, it's what the town asked for, total future development. And the future takes in everything in the future. All right, thank you. So second question I had.
I'm not sure that's the case.
Okay, just a second, Rex, go ahead. Sean, we'll come back to you.
I'm not sure that's what we were looking at. We were looking at what the plans were for OCI that they had already verbalized going down the road. Like, go back to your cul-de-sac scenario. Let's build a cul-de-sac, but we've got enough land left over for green space, and that's basically what OCI's got. They've got extra water, but they're not planning on building on it at this point.
Yeah, but the town should recognize that there is the potential to build on it. So if you're going to infill a harbor and basically putting an island in the middle of a harbor, it should be your responsibility to make sure that all of that is looked at, not maybe in the future. But if you have, why would you get a 51,000 square meter lot if you weren't going to use it? So, you know, you got to take the word, you as our counselor should be looking at the worst case scenario. That's my point. Okay, I'm going to go on to the second question.
Can I comment on that, because this has been a very prevalent issue. I mean, from our point of view on that, you know, how can we look at something that there's no plan for? And by the way, if we had a plan for that, we'd want to let the council know and the town know, because we're running the risk that we'll never be able to develop that now. We're taking on that risk. By not going and telling the town and looking at this now, we can come back in 10 years' time and they can say, sorry, we're not going to let you develop it. So we're taking a risk here. We wouldn't take that risk if we had a plan to use it.
Sean, the time is ticking. I know you wanted to ask something else.
I guess the other question I have would, something that Jerome Cody brought up, Sunset Marina, with regards to property values. So, you know, my family and I invested in a property on Long Pond based on, I mean, I moved out here 25 years ago. This is the ocean playground we like to market ourselves as. At that time, the east side of Long Pond was recreational, residential. The west side was commercial, and now we're going to put an island in the middle of it. I'm just wondering whether, you know, the tax base of the development that we would have there would probably bring in somewhere $5 or $7 or $8 million when it's totally built out. Has the town done any accounting on the loss of tax revenue versus the incremental tax revenue they're going to get from this project?
That's one for Rex, I think.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to, right now we know that we have an application to put a facility in Long Pond, and we're dealing with that application. We don't have any applications to deal with future growth, future building, or something that may never happen. We're dealing with it as it is. And we can't put a concrete number on what Blaine is doing there, because it's not built yet, and therefore it needs to be assessed once it's built.
Well, I just hope that the town takes that into consideration when they look at approving or disapproving this project, that it will impact for sure all those residences and that marina around there, which will reduce your tax base. So there's a trade-off there. But thank you for that answer. And finally, if I could, just with regards to something that Mr. Sullivan spoke of early, that the Long Pond Harbor Authority did have a vision for the expansion of the harbor, which saw a linear development along the land. And then I guess when OCI came in and looked at that, decided that it was more advantageous to put an island in the middle of Long Pond. I'm just wondering, you know, I understand from the comments that it comes down to dollars and cents for a company. Just wondering what, I mean, obviously there was studies done on how much that would have cost to put it along the shore. It would have certainly saved a lot of anguish by a lot of people, and certainly would be welcomed by everybody if it was put along the shore. And for a company that spends tens of millions of dollars on one ship, I'm just wondering, was it that much of a difference in price that you couldn't put it along the shore? Does it all come down to dollars?
Thank you, Sean. We're over time now, but we'll have Blaine answer that.
Well, I'd be optimistic to have a plan that everybody went along with. It'd certainly be our first time. Usually you're always got some dissenters. You can never get into a plan that you don't have some people, for some other reason, I think people would be have concerns. But if you look at what was proposed by the town on 2 rounds, nobody went ahead and developed that. There's a good reason. It wasn't economical. And I think if
Excuse
you
me,
look
Blaine,
at
that was the Long Pond Harbour Authority, not the town.
oh, sorry, I didn't, it was a slip or the Port Authority had offered that. That wasn't a plan that we had done. You know, when we looked at it, you know, you have another user there alongside, and we wanted to give him room. We had spoke to the users at the existing port. They had concerns that the hangsters ship out over the end of the wharf, and they didn't want us interfering with their ongoing business. And so I don't think you'd have everybody for it. I don't think that's true. So there's 2 people that would be directly affected immediately that, you know, that are doing business there currently at those wharves that we moved out in order to accommodate. And if you look at the plan from a perspective, it'd be a hell of a lot more dredging. And from a marine habitat point of view, it looks like there's less development, but all of that area has to develop by, you have to remove the eelgrass. And this harbor is really, the harbor is probably a stretch. It's only LNT 1 or less than 1. So it's really, I think I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess what you're saying is it comes down to money.
Sean, thank you very
No,
much
I
for
think
your.
I said a lot more than that, but I think I'll
mostly
leave it
money.
there.
Okay, we're going to stop now, Mike, please. And we were scheduled for another break of 10 minutes. I think people probably do need a quick break. So let's take 5 minutes if you can live with that. And then we have 5 final households after the break. Mike, you can put up time clock for 5 minutes if you're able. And we'll start to have a quick stretch and we'll be right back to have the final 5. So there's 10 minutes there. We're going to come back at 5. So we should be getting back to work here again shortly. Hard taskmaster is here tonight. We know it's late. I'm starting to eat wine gums. Need the sugar fix.
Took a banana with me. I had a banana with me.
I've been eating clementines and green tea. So Pierre should be Pierre Gauvreau. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Apologies. So Mike, I think, is getting Pierre on there. Oh, I see him appearing.
Mr. Chair, while we wait, I know some people from the public, I just had a text just asking why. We've agreed as a council in lieu of time to let Rex as chair of planning to answer and lead council's response. It's just in lieu of time and allow as many people to present as possible.
Thanks for clarifying that, Kirk.
So the question, Kirk, is why you guys are not answering, is it?
I guess it's why we were going to you all the time, Rex.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Pierre,
just for clarity, we're listening.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Sorry, you're good on that, Kirk and Rex?
Yeah.
Okay, Pierre is waiting patiently. And can you hear me, sir?
Hear you? Can you hear me fine?
Perfect. So you have, as you know, 10 minutes altogether, 3 minutes for your opening comment question.
Perfect. I'll start with a comment, and I've got 4 questions, and we'll see where that goes. So firstly, just on a comment earlier tonight by Frank O'Connor on the feeling that this feels like a town in OCI versus the residents. It certainly does. We had a recent ATIP, or access to information, that was produced by the town that showed that every letter that has been shared with the town expressing concerns by residents were filed in a folder at the time titled Opposition Letters. And to me, that says a lot. Along with a previous guest, I also take exception to any mention that seems to be permeating that this has been a 3-month, or I heard a 5-month consultation process, or that it's been a consultation process at all. And with the circumstances of COVID, and as it's shown tonight with the use of technology and the challenges we're having, 3 minutes or 10 minutes per household is a ridiculous allotment of time for a project of this size. My first question has to do with the rock filling contract as it's discussed in the LUAR on pages 29 and 34, and it's directed to the town councillors. The mine is owned by Mr. John Hurley, and at the time of the apparent unanimous vote by the LPHA to sell the 12-acre water lot to OCI, Mr. Hurley was a member on the LPHA board. How does the council feel about the optics involved in having this significant contract awarded to a member of its board, one that voted for the sale in the first place? And it would seem like an optics issue to most reasonable people looking at this.
Thank you, Pierre. Rex is answering on behalf of council here tonight.
As you know, Pierre, and I guess in your preamble, we'll let you go on, and obviously there's too much there for me to try and straighten you out on. But as you're aware,
well,
as we've talked all evening.
Let Rex answer there, Pierre. Thanks.
Yeah. Would you like to straighten me up on what? Pardon me?
And as we've talked all evening, we're trying to stay with our LUAR report, and that's the whole intent of this evening, is to deal with that. See comments. We've had some really good comments concerning the questions of flooding and so on Parents Road, and that's where we're going to try to stay. So my feeling on that particular question is that it's a question that you need to ask to the Long Pond Harbour Authority, not in this forum.
Well, I beg to defer, but I suppose you have the chair, don't you? So this is mentioned in 2 sections in pages 29 and 34. It directly is involving the town council. And just like Blaine Sullivan did a few minutes ago, we all get a little mixed up between LPHA and the town and whether they're one and the same. So if you refuse to answer that, that's fine. I'll move on. It's unfortunate.
Continue to editorialize and ask your question when you're ready.
Perfect. And I'm sure the chair will just tolerate the condescension, Rex. My second question is to the guest engineer, and it refers to Appendix F by Stantec, if that's allowable. The report states, and I'm quoting, to account for the removal of all very soft and firm soils within the zones of stress the footprint should be increased on all sides by 10 meters for dredging and replacement with rockfill. And I'm wondering if you could just describe what that means exactly and what is that extra 10 meters on all sides and how it's accounted for in the footprint description.
Thank you,
Yeah, I
Pierre.
can answer that, Pierre. Nice to finally meet you. I've seen some of your activity. We haven't had a chance to meet.
No, I know you've spoken with my wife on the phone a few times, but otherwise, no, we haven't spoken. You're right.
Okay, good. So no, basically what that is that the Stantec report deals with the footprint of the building, which is about 0.36 hectares or 36,000 square feet or 3,600 square meters. And in order to have compaction at the sidewalls, you need to have a buffer zone of about 10 meters or 30 feet. Because of the depth of the soil, you have a 45-degree angle away from the building. So you move out 10 meters, so you compact the soil down to the bottom. So that's really to make sure we just have a good foundation, and is only dealing with the very small area in comparison to the whole site where the building is sitting.
So, Blaine, it's about 10 meter, pardon me, is that 10 meter periphery added to the footprint, or is it contained within what is, you know, when you
no, it's well within the footprint. It's 10 meters around the building itself. So 30 feet around the building, you compact the soil. Because if you're going to build a house, you know, you don't want to just compact to the footings. You got to compact beyond it to make sure they're on solid ground on the angle that moves away from the building, to make sure the soil is solid. And that's really in the center of the lot and quite a ways from the perimeter.
Okay, Pierre, on that or follow up?
No, I'm fine on that. Thank you very much.
You have another question?
Also, pardon me?
Another question?
Yes, there is. My third question is for also one of the engineers. The estuary area that's slated to be destroyed contains on its seabed a number of contaminants, and this was confirmed in the 2012-2013 federal government report. It was suggested that the stirring up of these contaminants would create the potential for environment concern. And I'm wondering how the proponents, it's been discussed earlier this evening in terms of the removal or the replacement or the distribution of the removed waste, but I'm wondering what else is in place to manage the spread of contaminants potentially in the Long Pond Harbor area.
Thank you, Blaine, or one of your team.
Yeah, no, I'll try first, and then I might need some support. I'm not, you know, we've sampled the area. We've followed all the regulatory processes with 3 levels of government, and we haven't came across this issue. We don't have any particularly knowledge that haven't been addressed with us for sure. I don't know if Neil, if you'd like to add additional comments. It might be something you're dealing with I'm unaware of.
No, I'm not aware of the report that Pierre is referencing. In the geotechnical report, frac flow did take near surface sediment samples, and they're actually included in the geotechnical report. There's nothing alarming in the I guess the chemical composition of them samples, but all the data is readily available in that geotechnical report.
As is the 2012-2013 report, I could certainly find it and forward it on to the group of engineers here. It's available on Google. And I don't.
Could I add one point, if I could? Also, too, there's one point I don't think I addressed, Pierre. It's important to note that as we move the road along, we're going to build a perimeter, and we're going to pull everything back in underneath and put the road and then riprap the road. So to make sure that nothing goes outside the footprint, you know. So that's another, I think that was a part of your question there. I missed the first time. Thanks.
Pierre, are you okay on that or follow up?
No, there's no follow-up on that. There was a last question, and I believe there's still 2.5 minutes. Is Corey Davis still on the line? I know he was on earlier, and there's something he said I just wanted to clarify.
Yep, you can ask her your question, make your point. Rex will direct
Sure,
it.
I'll ask the question, and Rex can answer. In an email from, so Corey Davis made a comment earlier tonight that struck me as not being aligned to what we've read. So in an email from Corey to Eric Watton in September of 2018, Corey wrote that the shoreline, and I'm quoting, the shoreline of Long Pond is identified as a high hazard vulnerability area as determined by the Provincial Department of Natural Resources. Earlier this evening, Corey made a comment that I think it was to Rennie, saying that this area was not a high-risk area. And I'm just wondering if we can reconcile the two because they're opposites.
Rex, did you want to respond or direct that?
I don't have a respond, and I'll leave it to Corey, but if at this point in time he's not ready, he's not feeling that he should respond, we'll take it and interpret it.
He looks willing there, Rex. Go ahead,
Okay.
Corey.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks, Councillor Hillier. The statement that you indicated I provided to Mr. Watton at government is actually the same statement I provided to Mr. Perrin this evening.
All right, well, I'll join the 81 people that heard you say that the area was not a high-risk area, and I stand corrected. Corey, thank you for that.
This session is recorded, so everyone can go back later and check. Anything further, Pierre?
No, excuse me, I believe Corey was trying to finish.
Oh, sorry.
Earlier this evening, I did not state that it wasn't a high hazard area. I stated it was not an explicit flood risk area.
Okay, could you differentiate the two for us, Corey, for lay people?
So the 2011 report by Provincial Government Natural Resources was a geologic hazard report. And it identified, I think it was 5 different variables that could be impacted. Flooding could be one of the hazards, but it's not exclusively limited to flooding.
Yeah, that sounds like I'm saying exactly the right thing. So flooding is one of the many hazards that's included in the definition.
But it is not it's not an explicit flood risk zone.
Okay, Pierre, any final? We're pretty much out of time there, but.
No, just want to repeat again a comment that was said earlier by you, Rex, and it just struck me as being honest, and I'm grateful for it. You to one of the other callers, you just mentioned that perhaps we need to give up Long Pond for the sake of economic development, and I think it's shocking.
I think you're misquoting again.
You know what, the recordings will show, Rex. So thank you very much all for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Pierre. And Mike, I think, has Moya Cal in the waiting room ready to come up next. And there's Moya Cal. Can you hear us okay? And we'll get you unmuted. No, we'll get there yet. There we go. Can you hear now?
I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yep. So as you know, you have 10 minutes for the full session, 3 for the initial question or comment.
Thank you very much. And it's been a long evening. It's close to 4 hours now. So to be honest, I believe we've touched upon many of the concerns of the certainly of the advocates of Long Pond. And I'd like to thank you folks for organizing this and bringing the group of people around the table. You know, one of my concerns, and certainly I've been a resident of Long Pond and the Conception Bay for over 40 years, and certainly I recognize that that Long Pond is a real gem in the crown of Conception Bay South, and certainly when one looks at the the 10-year plan and the trailways and all of the planning that the town has put in, it too I would like to believe that they believe in that as well, and I hope the councillors take that into consideration when they're voting here. And certainly, Blaine, you and I have spoken when you came over to the yacht club, and I really appreciated your opportunity to meet with some of the members of the club and to share your plan. And certainly, OCI is a well-respected organization, and I certainly am very supportive of economic development here in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And I really would like to see your project come forward here in the region, but I'm just concerned with regards to how we balance economic development and the recreation boaters within Long Pond. And certainly, I'd like to think that there's a way that we can accommodate OCI's project within Long Pond, and also other potential economic development, so that we can balance all economic development within that pond. And I'd like to make note that certainly the town has done a very good job in attracting oil and gas. Certainly We've seen some activity this year as a result of the Terra Nova facility being in the harbor. And I think with the upcoming exploration opportunities that are on the horizon, there's an opportunity to enhance our the oil and gas support in Long Pond. And I just wouldn't want to think that by infilling the harbor here and by placing this particular facility where we're placing that facility is going to inhibit our ability to support other activities, such as supporting the oil and gas and it's oil and gas within Long Pond. So is there a way that, that I just hope that the council are considering, the balancing other activities, other economic benefits within hand in hand with OCI's development?
Thank you. Sounds like one for Rex.
I think that's something that we've got to think of in terms of this whole project, not only this whole project, but I guess any whole project that we're doing, that we want to make sure we're balancing the recreation, the recreation people, the industrial aspect of the town, and the environmental piece. All three of those have to go together. I know we recognize the spin-off opportunities, for instance, from oil and gas, and many of our residents are already gainfully employed in that sector. We know that our municipal plan talks about building on our strengths. Mm-hmm. And we know that economic development in Northeast Avalon is a blood sport. And we can't compete with Dunham's Industrial Park, and we can't compete with St. Anne's Industrial Park, but we have a port. And that's our strength, and that's what we need to build on. And we've got, it's not only the port, it's the location of the port. You're 10 minutes to a highway, 20 minutes to the Trans-Canada Highway, 30 minutes downtown, 30 minutes to an international airport. You've got a labor force, trained labor force right here. And the strength, the core piece is the port. And that's what we need to be thinking about. So OCI has said, we'd like to be in your port. The oil and gas people, we're hoping, are going to want to be in a port. And you're right, Moya, it's going to be a balancing act. And like you've talked to us about your young sailors coming out of the yacht club and the concerns for safety for them. I think that's a piece that the yacht club, OCI, and the town can cooperate on to make sure that those kids are safe and that they're informed and they know when ships are coming and going and so on. And I think there's a great deal of opportunity right here in that port.
Rex, your good response, I hope. Moya, he was using a fair bit of your time there. Do you have follow-up?
No, and certainly, Rex, I mean, I'm all for the development of the port, but I just want to, I really hope that the councillors give consideration to how that port is developed, because in this current plan, with infilling the harbor in the way that it's being proposed, I feel is going to, my opinion, is going to restrict other potential activity within the port. And I just can't. I feel that there must be a way. There's got to be a way, and I appreciate all the reasons why OCI are putting it there. But it's really up to the council. It's up to the town of Conception Bay South to deem what is acceptable. And I wouldn't want to, as they say, throw the baby out with the bathwater and really lose other opportunities. And if we can balance the location of where this is going, I really think it needs to be given due consideration. So that's my input, and I just thank you once again for that opportunity. And I once again, really stress the importance for giving, strong consideration to all of the comments that we've heard here this evening. It's obvious that, this kind of public consultation is so critical in this process. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Moya. Rex, any final response?
No, I think Moya said almost exactly what I was going to say. Is that and that is we've heard a bunch of opinions here this evening. We've heard Moya's opinion, we've heard Dina's opinion, we've heard Tent's opinion, and it's that opinion that our councillors, those opinions that our councillors are going to have to weigh when we make a decision whether to accept this or accept it with conditions or turn it down altogether sometime in the next month or a month and a half, whenever we get a chance to go at it.
Okay, I think Moya's good.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Boyd Canning. And Mike is getting him from the waiting room into the live action.
Rob, while we're waiting, I noticed on the invite list there was a Paul Walsh at 8:40. Did we skip him over, or?
No, he chose not to.
Okay.
And actually, my list didn't have Boyd, but he is on the A list that came in after, so we're good to go. And Boyd, are you there?
Sure, I'm here. I guess you can hear me.
Yes, sir. So you know the drill. You have 10 minutes altogether, 3 minutes for your opening comments, questions.
No worries, sir, and thank you very much, and hello to everybody this evening. Mr. Sullivan, I met seeing you in August. It's good to see you again. The thing of it is, as I've been listening here the whole night, as everybody have said, I mean, there's a common denominator here. There's nobody against OCI coming here and making a great development for the town. People are against the way it's going to get done. And that has, I think, in my opinion, nothing to do with OCI. That has to do with our town council. As Ted Perrin said earlier, it's wrong. There will be damage. And I mean, engineers can look at this, and I'm certainly no engineer, but I've lived next to this pond all my life. I've seen what goes in and out. And as a boy, you really didn't notice or be concerned about it. But now at this time in my life, very much concerned. I live on the very bottom of Perrin's Road. And the responsibility of the council here is falling far short. And that's the issue that I have. Perrin's Road is eroding. Yesterday, I had salt water about a foot from my back door. Now, you get this development out there and you're creating a dam or partial dam. The foundation of it will be a partial dam. And ice does move in and out of this pond. And it can be some years worse than in other years, but irregardless, it's still ice moving. It finds its own passage to go out like it's done for many, many, many years. You block off 3/4 of that passage, all of a sudden, it's being filtered to go out through a very narrow channel. If the leading edge of that ice can't get out, what becomes behind it is rafting up. So you have a total dam. Where's the water going? It's not the issue of the ice rafting up. It could go up 10 feet. Where's the water going to go? Water will find its own passage, irregardless. Prime example of that is the Exploits River. It's not the fact of the river or the ice, it's because the water can't flow down through it, so therefore it ends up going the way it goes. And that's what will happen in this pond. Engineering studies can be done till the cows come home. Unless you have actually seen it in reality, you can't understand it. You can't look at a schematic of some kind or look at a paper and say, well, this is the possibility. I've heard here tonight Rex Hillier say, and other people say, that flooding is not an issue down here. Why did we this past summer spend several thousands of dollars to have a company come in to do a study on whether or not flooding would be an issue down here? So therefore, it's wrong. It's not wrong that OCI wants to come in here. Absolutely not. I think we're very fortunate that they would think on even coming here. But in what fashion? What is going to be the end result?
So Steve, that's your 3 minutes.
Pardon me?
Do you want a quick question? That's your initial 3 minutes. We need a response. If you want to add another quick question before
Yes,
we go
sir,
to.
Thank you very much. My question would be regard to the flooding, obviously, in property. With the way this is going to go, it's no good to speculate on it. It may not happen for 2 years, it might happen next year. Who is taking the responsibility? The council allowing this to happen, knowing what the possibility is very strongly that can happen. Who's taking the responsibility for damage to our property down on the bottom of Pierns Road here? It doesn't matter about the upper part. It matters down here where we're to. Whose responsibility is it? And is council going to really step up and say that we have to have a very strong look at this in all factors?
Thank you, Steve. Rex, did you want to respond to that first?
Yes, certainly. Evening, Boyd. How are you doing?
Not so bad, Rex. Good to see you.
Boyd. You've said a whole bunch of stuff there, and I know you've got some concerns with council and so on. But first of all, I did not say that flooding is not an issue down your way. Okay? I've got a video that was taken yesterday of flooding. So I didn't say that flooding is not an issue down your way.
Okay,
I said
so
at
what
this
exactly
point,
was it you said?
I'm not sure at this point, but I'm pretty sure. Just hold on. I'm pretty sure it was that at this point in time, we're being told that the OCI facility will not increase the flood risk in this area. That would have been what I would have said. All right. And like, you're talking about what council has done, and you're suggesting that council should have a hard look. We are having a hard look at it. That's what we're doing here this evening. That's what we've been at for the last 5 months, having a hard look at it. I'm on this. I'm chairing this committee. I've got 2 people with me. We've spent the whole fall focused on this project. Right? There've been all kinds of peripheral stuff. We've seen people today trying to talk about the price of the lot. Nobody talked about conflict of interest, interesting enough. Environmental assessment not being done. There are a whole bunch of peripheral things. But we've got a committee that's trying to focus on getting all of the information that we can. And you're saying that council will have to make a hard decision? And yes, we will have to make a hard decision. I don't know what that's going to be. I couldn't tell you. I don't even know that this is going to pass my committee, let alone pass
council. Do you
council.
want to follow up, Steve?
Yeah, I certainly I would. It's like I say again, you know, down on the bottom of this little road that's down here, Pierns Road, which is only a small by road, as everybody knows, and so on and so forth, that it will be an issue. You listen, it's just a simple fact. The force of nature will make this cause be an issue. And putting this big structure out in the harbor out there and the footprint that will be is going to make it an even bigger issue. Water has to flow somewhere. And the water will be pushed to the east side of the going out through the pond here to funnel out through a small channel. Now, is the channel going to be built before the project starts, if it does, or is it going to be built after the project starts or gets underway? And do OCI actually have a permit to dredge it out in the first place?
So those sounds like questions for Blaine. Will we have him answer those, Steve?
Perfect, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Blaine. Oh, you're muted there. Okay.
Hi, Boyd. Good to see you again. I think
Thank you.
the first time I met you back in August, that was certainly a big concern. And as a result of that discussion, I promised you that day that we would have a study done. And, you know, I certainly fully respect that you have an issue down there. But based on the study we had done from, even though we are taking up a portion of the harbor, as you mentioned, with the tidal action and everything else, it doesn't increase the risk of flooding according to the engineering report that we've commissioned, you know. And basically, in addition to us commissioning that report, I understand the town have another engineering firm that is looking into that, and I haven't, you know, heard the results of that yet. But you know, based upon this being a tidal area and there's enough room to move in and out the water, is not supposed to add to your problem. It's certainly not going to make it better. And regarding, what was the second part again? Am I losing track? Sorry.
Pardon
Oh,
me?
the channel, yes. The plan is to, as we're moving along the channel and building the road down that side, we will at the very same time we're building the road do the channel. Yeah.
But then, having said that, Blaine, the Department of the Environment say that you don't have a permit as of yet to do that, at the border at least.
No, the Department of Environment is really not the issue there. We haven't approached the Department of Environment on the disposal of material because we believe that it's used to infill the site and make competent material. So I think what you might be referring to is something different. We do have discussions with the regulators. There's absolutely no way this project can go ahead without all the regulators agreeing it. We're going to follow everything to the T. And if you look at it, we're still waiting on final from Navigable Waters as well.
Oh,
So,
you're telling me
to answer your question, it would be
So-
done simultaneously.
We have 30 seconds. Steve, any final comment or
Yeah,
question?
well, I guess the same question again. You're telling me that you can dredge outside of your actual water lot lease, even though you don't have a permit to do so?
Well, we don't. We have a permit from the department. I think we included our permit in our report, actually. What's the appendix there, ladies? Q. I think in permit in Q, we have if you look at appendix Q is the permit.
Would that not be for inside your actual water lot lease?
No.
So you can dredge outside also, even though it is not part of your water lot lease, without a permit?
Well, we have a permit.
Well,
So
according to
you
the
s-
Department of Environment, you don't, sir. Or
Well,
at least that's what they say. Now, I'm only, I don't know that 100%.
no, well, I mean, if there's some issue there that we're not aware of, we're happy to follow up on it.
Oh, I understood, sir. You'll be nothing but respectful and certainly forthcoming, and I certainly can have nothing else but respect for you. And just to follow and finish
Yep,
up.
we're over time,
it's
so
not-
last
it's not
comment
with
now.
Yeah, it's not with OCI, Blaine. It's with our actual town council. And the way that this has been handled from the get-go, as many people have said earlier, the lack of information for the citizens, and this moving forward the way it is, the structure of Pierins Road itself down here doesn't allow for what could happen down here. Council knows that. There's nothing being done with the erosion by council along the shoreline and so on and so forth. But
Thank
I
you, Boyd.
appreciate your time, sir, and the opportunity to speak, and all the best to you and your company, Blaine. But there's the way that it's coming in here, and that's not for you people to make decisions on to a point. That's for our actual council to do. And a lot of people are feeling that they're in the dark about what's going on.
Thank you, Boyd. Mike, we have the next
you very
household
much.
ready to go. It's Sigrid, I believe. Wow, we're efficient. Sigrid, we'll get you unmuted there. And can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Great. So you have 10 minutes altogether, 3 minutes
Thank
for opening
you.
comment question.
Thanks. I just had to take off my holiday Zoom background. I was attending my work Christmas party earlier. So first, I'd like to thank the town for the opportunity for this public consultation session. I appreciate the opportunity as a non-resident to speak to you this evening. Although I live in Torbay now, I was born and grew up in Conception Bay South, living on Talkville Road for the first 28 years of my life. And I'm happy to see some familiar faces on the Zoom call, which I haven't seen since high school. So what I wanted to ask this evening, or what I wanted to speak to, was the ecological value of Long Pond Harbor and how the town is considering that ecological value in relation to your municipal plan and in relation to your development regulations. The Long Pond Harbor is known to be an estuary and a wetland. It was referenced as a wetland in Environment and Climate Change Canada's letter of May in 2019 about this proposed development. And it's a wetland that contains eelgrass, and in particular eelgrass meadows. And eelgrass is considered to be an ecologically significant species for a variety of reasons. It really punches above its weight in terms of the productive value of that ecosystem, the benefits to the variety of species that depend on it, fish species, invertebrates, and even migratory birds and marine birds who rely on it for their food source. Many fish in that area rely on eelgrass for a nursery area. It creates safe spaces for species at risk. And it's known that American eel is considered a species at risk, which resides within this area. So my question to the town is, in considering this development, why you have not considered the value of this ecosystem, and in terms of the decision that you would have to make, in my opinion, it would be contravening your different sections within your town's management plan or your municipal plan and the development regulations. And there's 6 different references to wetlands within the town's plan. And it speaks to the importance of protecting wetlands, particularly from infilling, and the importance of conducting a wetland analysis if any developments come into play that would harm wetlands. So my first question would be, why would you be considering not taking care of this wetland?
Thank you. I've let you run on longer than I should have there, actually. Rex.
Sigrid, thank you very much for joining us this evening, and welcome back to Conception Bay South. You're obviously well versed in this area. Sigrid, we've all been through this whole piece of environmental assessment and whether it should be or whether it should not be. We're doing, I guess, the most robust land use impact assessment report that we've ever done here in Conception Bay South, in terms of how this ties in with an economic assessment or an environmental assessment. I'm sorry, it's been a long night. If you compare your terms of reference of both reports, you'll see that they're very, very close. We know that environmental staff with the province have eyeballed our land use impact assessment report and really have not shown any concerns with what we're doing here. Now, that doesn't solve your issue of whether or not we should be putting this in an area that that would destroy eelgrass. I know OCI has gone through the registration of this. OCI has worked with their project in Holyrood, and I think I'll ask Blaine if he'll sort of take it from there.
No, it certainly raises many issues that are very important to our company. And I'd like to ask Carrie Bonnell, who's really carried this file, to probably respond to Sigrid. Sorry, Sigrid, I jumped right in. Nice to meet you, by the way. So sorry.
Nice to meet you.
Carrie, would you be able to take
Sure.
this one, please?
Yeah, hi Sigrid. Thanks for drawing me into the conversation, the waning moments of the evening. You and I have had several conversations. Obviously, we've dealt with each other on fisheries issues over the years and several conversations on this particular topic. I think it was Tim early tonight in some of his comments, and I haven't met Tim, talked about the challenges of dealing with Fisheries and Oceans Canada and federal regulators on things like this. No doubt is a challenging process. Blaine indicated we've been going through this for the better part of probably 2 to 3 years now. I think the points that you've outlined in your sort of introductory comments are points are probably good points in terms of the level of rigor that we've had in Canada in terms of our offsetting measures. And as you know, the Fisheries Act and legislation does allow development to occur, of course, in marine areas. And you have to look at things like relocation, of course, as a consideration, but also mitigation and offsetting measures. And we've gone through a fairly extensive process, as Blaine outlined early on in the session tonight, in offsetting measures. We're going to be deploying 43 reef balls in Conception Bay. Going to be creating about 46,000 square meters of habitat, which is well over double, probably likely well over double the what will be offset from this development. And the reason why we've been subjected to that level of, I guess, rigor by Fisheries and Oceans Canada is because of the points you made, certainly on the eelgrass bed and the disturbance of a portion of that in the area. And I would say not only are we going to be subjected to that process, we're going to have to verify that we're achieving those targets. If you've looked at the authorization in the appendix to the Land Use Impact Assessment Report, you'll see clearly in that we're going to require an annual monitoring program. We're going to be engaging academics at the Fisheries and Marine Institute of Memorial University, who currently have an active project in Placentia Bay related to reef balls. We're going to have to verify that we're actually able to achieve those targets, and if not, additional measures might be required to do that. So we've gone through quite an extensive process. It's not easy, it's not simple, and it's challenging for anybody that would have to go through it, and those points have been made in correspondence tonight. But we think, we've certainly gone through a fairly rigorous process here, and we're committed to that process over the next several years.
Thanks, Carrie. Sigrid.
I have another question related to the value of the wetland, which will be destroyed as a result of the infilling and the changes in the hydrologic flow. The role of that wetland as a buffering capacity for flooding. And in terms of the flood risk analysis, has the consideration for the extraction of this nature sponge been considered, and how it may affect the flood risk?
Thank you. Blaine, or one of your team?
I think we've addressed the flood risk piece very often tonight, so I'll just leave this sponge piece to Carrie, or I'll leave that part of it.
What we've been using, Sigrid, you've been using the term wetland to describe our pond, and we're not sure that the definition of wetland carries over into that pond. Let me pass on to our planning director, Corey Davis, and see if he can have a little chat along those lines.
Thank you, Councillor Hillier. I guess, bear with me here a moment. The only thing I have here on that is, I understand where you're coming from, Sigrid, but it's not a interpretation that we've applied before to marine waters. So it's something that we're definitely looking into, and we'll probably end up following up with you on that, because we don't have a response just right now.
We are over time. Last comment, Sigrid.
Well, I have worked in this field for 20 years, and I can tell you that it is a wetland. My last comment would be, based on the nature of the comments that have come forward this evening, I would implore the town to consider conducting an environmental assessment, so that the answers that are necessary and that the town is expecting can be borne out through a legislative environmental assessment process where all of the concerns can be evaluated and made public, and perhaps alternative design changes could also be considered so that the project can move ahead to the benefit of both the town, its people, and OCI.
Thank you, Sigrid, very much.
Could I make a comment there, Rob?
Sure, very quickly.
Quickly, I will. You know, I think that we applied in 2018 to the provincial government, and if it was required, we would have been very happy to do it. And many of the work we done is extensive beyond an EA process. And after 2 or 3 years to come back and require a company to do that would be extremely unfair. There's got to be, these processes are so long as it is. If you're going to have development in the province, you're going to need regulatory certainty. And going back 2 years later would be completely unfair.
In my opinion, what I see, the unfairness that I see is that the residents of the town have only just had 3 months to become aware of this project and to engage with the material and the content. And this project has been ongoing for years. And an environmental assessment would allow the balanced views and allow the town to engage.
Thank you. And if you reply again, Blaine, I'm going to have to let Sigrid reply and we're never going to get home. Okay, we have one last person, but it's Robert Regular. He's representing 2 clients, so he'll get 10 minutes per client. And Robert should be being brought in by Mike there now. And there's Robert, I presume. Oh, we'll get your mic working. Can you hear me? I think you're still muted there. Can you, is your mic working there now, Robert? No. It's a bit redundant when I ask Mike to fix the mic. Sorry, it's late. No, we have some tech support coming in, I think. I'll see if Mike is sending me any texts. It's muted on your side, Robert. So there should be a little microphone with a line through it. If you click on that, I'm the last one in the world should be giving technical support. I don't know, Mike, if we have any other options. Can Robert phone in? If he can't get that fixed? We're almost exactly on schedule, even though we've lost a couple of people. So Robert was supposed to be on at 10:20 and it's 10:18. Rex, I don't know. Mike is phoning in an option? I'm going to text Mike on that. I think on the Zoom invite, it gives you a phone number, Robert.
I seen him nod his head. I think he's going to go with that option, I believe.
Can you see me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Got it now?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Excellent.
So my understanding is you're representing two different clients,
Yeah.
and you get 10 minutes per client.
Yeah.
And you get 3 minutes for your opening comment question each.
David, you want to come over there? So we can get on the, you can get on the, you can get visible here.
And the clock is ticking. But
Hey,
okay, the clock is ticking.
good. Now, opening statement. David, you want to make an opening statement about what your concerns are?
My concerns are I can't get into my water lot.
Okay, do people know where you are, or do you need to say a little more information?
I'm on Terminal Road, south side of Terminal Road.
So Blaine, do you know enough to answer that?
I'm approximately 1,000 feet from Langpond Wharf, coming in towards Sobeys.
Okay, I think Blaine is going to take a stab at an initial comment, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I don't really think it's for us because there's a water lot there that's owned or controlled by the Harbour Authority that goes up to that land. I think we're coming down to a different property owner that might be up next.
David or Robert, does that make sense to you? Do you want to reply?
Yes, I can see where they're coming, but I can't get to my water lot. I I was gonna put a marina in there, or for my personal use. I can't get into it or I can't get out.
So Rex, do you understand the situation here?
Rob, when we were of the understanding that this gentleman or Dave was coming here this evening with his lawyer, we went to our own solicitor to ask for advice as to how we should be dealing with this. And obviously there's an issue here, or a perceived issue with the town. So just our advice from our solicitor basically goes something like this. It says, thank you for taking the time to participate in the public consultation session this evening. We would like to take that time to properly consider questions and concerns you raised. So obviously we won't be in a position to provide you with an answer this time. We will be happy to take your thoughts under advisement, discuss it with all of council and staff, and get back to you at a later date. It would be helpful if you could put those concerns in writing to ensure there is no confusion as to the nature of your issues and your request of council.
Thank you, Rex. David, did you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, we will be addressing this. I'll get Robert to make up a letter and get that to the council as soon as possible.
Right. And that's probably the best way to work in this state.
Rex, there was a number of years ago, David and his father had a development proposal before the town with respect to a marina in the area that he's just identified for us. So we'll put together a presentation with respect to that and get it to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Robert, is that good on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
So
I have
10 minutes is up. Mike, I need you to restart or at least factor in, because no one gets 16 minutes. Robert, your next client is Bishop.
I have David Elliott with me, and I have Ed Lead London, and of course they also represent the corporate entity 11327 Newfoundland Incorporated.
Okay, and they get 3 minutes for an opening statement or comment, 10 minutes altogether.
Go ahead, Italy.
Well, the opening statement is the very simple fact that the land that has been taken in by OCI completely eliminates our access to the water. And you know what I mean, and it's gone right to the high water mark, and just completely cuts us off. And you know, again, like Mr. Bishop, we had plans, and which we got documentation into the town as to what our plans were going to be, and right now, basically, the boundaries have eliminated us for doing any further development with this property.
Thank you, sir. I'm guessing Rex's response would be the same as what he read last time. But Rex, do you want to confirm that?
That's correct. We would prefer to deal with these issues in writing and basically out of the public. So we'll ask that they submit a written reply.
Robert, did you have any follow-up on that, or your client?
Yes, we will do that. That's really our only option based on the response. The other item that was discussed and significantly discussed amongst us was the matter of there being a complete absence of there being any way to deal with the fact that there's going to be injurious affection to the properties abutting and abounding the water, and the extent to which that is going to be addressed in the LUI report. And I don't know if that's been considered. I could find nothing in the report myself that talks about how those issues, because essentially it's looked upon as a disguised expropriation from the point of view of the use of land. So that's a concern with respect to 1127. I don't have my number there now. I can't remember.
11327.
11327. That's the concern as far as they're concerned. So,
thank you, Robert. Rex, any different response to that?
No, that's fine. We certainly acknowledge your participation and your concerns this evening, and we look forward to getting your position in writing.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, you're all good there, Robert?
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unless Mike tells me otherwise, I think we have gone through our full list. And I know there were a couple of technical problems for folks. I know two or three withdrew, but I think everyone who was able has had their opportunity. It's never fun managing the time on this type of exercise, but I think the ground rules were laid out pretty clearly, and hopefully it's been as satisfactory as possible. So it's been my pleasure to play the role, and I'll turn it back to Rex for closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright, Dr. Greenwood. It's been a long evening. And that's our last presentation for the evening. It's been a long evening, but certainly a worthwhile one. There have been some very thought-provoking questions this evening and some very informative comments. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank those who took part this evening, certainly those who did presentations, the OCI staff, and thank our town councillors. There were some questions as to why all the questions were being directed to me as a councillor when all the other councillors were here. And the reason why they were directed to me was it was agreed that as chair of planning, I would disseminate questions or answer them myself, just to allow for timing purposes. So it's not that our councillors packed in and went home. They're all here. I can see them online, and I certainly thank them for being with us this evening. Special thanks to Dr. Greenwood, who kept us on track this evening, and good luck to you and your work at the Harris Centre. So where do we go from here? We've got a decision to make, and we'll take the information available to us into consideration to help us make that decision. The earliest this could happen is January 19th. However, we'll make sure that we have all pertinent information considered before this discussion and vote takes place. And that's going to be a fair amount of work over the next couple of weeks to disseminate that and to get our heads around where we're going in terms of decision making. So on behalf of council, thank you very much for those who tuned in and those who took part this evening. Thank you.